Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call to order the City of Tallahassee CRA meeting. It is Thursday, August 22nd at 3:01 in the afternoon. Before we get started, let me go ahead and mention and let's comment on the schedule for today. So we have the general business of the CRA that we will take up immediately, and we're going to move all the way through it. I do believe colleagues will probably be able to get it done before the public hearing. If we don't, we will pick it up after the public hearing and keep moving forward. Our public hearing on the proposed budget begins at 5 o'clock. So look, if we get through general business and take care of all the business and we have time, we'll take on agended speakers that are here. And then, of course, we'll take on agended speakers at the public hearing after the budget as well. Give everybody the opportunity to speak. But any questions, any concerns? Excellent. We'll move forward from there. Mr. Cox, do we have any agenda modifications?
No, sir.
Okay. It's my understanding that, oh, by the way, let me take a second. I think I saw former City Commissioner Gil Ziffer in the audience. Commissioner, where are you? It's good to see you, sir. Well, oh, okay, okay. Welcome home. These are your chambers as well. You served this city wonderfully, and it's good to see you, Gil. Do we have any agenda modifications?
No, sir.
For today? Well, actually, we do have two modifications. Colleagues, under presentations, we had 3 presentations scheduled. Unfortunately, representatives from the Greater Frenchtown South Side and the Downtown Redevelopment are not available to come to give presentations on their last board meeting, so we can defer those to the next meeting because they couldn't make this meeting. Any questions? Okay, so we will jump right in. We are on item number 3.03, Bicentennial Park Design. I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Couch, for the introduction.
Thank you, sir. So we have Betsy Couch with KCCI will give a presentation on the Bicentennial Square.
Welcome, Ms. Couch.
Hello, Commissioners, Mayor, Stephen. Thank you for having us here today to talk about Bicentennial Square. It is a unique chance to transform an underutilized public space while improving safety and connectivity issues downtown. I'm Betsy Couch. I'm KCCI's Executive Director. Is there a way to make the slides go forward? Don't we love technology? I'm Betsy Couch. I'm KCCI's Executive Director, and here with me today are 2 of our volunteer community catalysts. We have architect Matt Persinger with Lewis & Whitlock and architect Maxim Nassab with Apex. They are just a few of our volunteers that are here in support of our project, and also many others that couldn't be here today. KCCI is a nonprofit that is made up of private partners and grant funding. We have been working with government for years to bring citizen-driven projects forward that generate trackable economic impact. In fact, our projects have generated nearly $1 billion in trackable economic impact to date. And we are really excited what our team is bringing forward. Thus far, they have spent more than 2,000 volunteer hours with a contribution of more than $350,000 in in-kind value for strategic planning, graphic design, strategic phasing, and we're really excited to share with you today those community impact ideas and what our phased approach is today. So now I'll turn it over to Matt to talk a little bit more detail.
Thanks, Betsy. So what we're looking here is the site. So we're looking at the park in between Duval Street and Cleveland Plaza, Jefferson Street, Adams Street, and City Hall, and how we can turn this underutilized space into something that is vibrant and beautiful for a new vision for downtown. And that vision is really informed by the city's comprehensive plan, cultural plan, and the downtown CRA master plan. But more importantly, it's informed and co-designed by the public. We've had an immense amount of community outreach and participation. We've spent over 8 months doing this. And really, in terms of design of the park, we've been doing this since 2019, and that'll be talked later. But we have received more than thousands of responses through social media, surveys, and we've met with over 40 different stakeholders within the downtown community and all over Tallahassee. And I say all over Tallahassee is our responses have come from 25 zip codes within Tallahassee and Leon County, and ages ranging from 15 to 80 years old. So we're really talking about a lot of individuals in the park. So much so that this is a park, a square that we're designing by the community and for the community. And Matt is going to talk about how we can bring that vision to light.
So the community-driven design directly influenced the way we conceived the project. It started our thought process for how
Matt, need you to pull that microphone?
Yeah, sorry. So how we actually developed our guiding principles was through the community design process. And it's how we developed our vision statement you see here, that we really focused on the idea of creating a sense of space that it fosters connection to our community and belonging, celebrating Tallahassee's eclectic character within the park, but also not only looking back at the 200-year past of Tallahassee in our history, but looking at a co-created space in downtown that we can create together. What we heard from the constituents and respondents was that this is an image of the corner of Jefferson and Adams Street looking at City Hall itself. We heard that a shady space to relax and gather was important. It's also a way to gather in both individual and groups in this plaza space at the corner. So our response to that was a shade structure that takes cues from the natural elements of Tallahassee, taking cues from our shade canopies throughout town. Underneath of that, we developed a series of bench configurations that allow for different types of grouping, both individuals throughout the day stopping by on their way to lunch or work, but also large groups can gather here as a public space. This is the primary public space of our proposal. On the sides, you see concrete benches that are filled with native plantings instead of the bollards, trying to make it more inviting and more Tallahassee-based. In this image, this shows one of the ideas is that we're telling Tallahassee's story. This is a primary value we've heard. You see a kiosk to the left-hand side. That kiosk is one of 7 that march down the hill and actually are interactive storytelling devices that you will find in the park. In the center, that structure is actually a public restroom. That public restroom is not like anything you've seen before. It's a Tallahassee version that actually integrates natural elements. Nature wraps up the wall and becomes part of the green roof structure for that building. In this image, we see a cross-section of the park that shows the art and culture integration. This is a very important amenity for the stakeholders. On the left-hand side, you can see the storied kiosk as they step down towards Clayman Plaza. In the middle, you see the public restroom again with the green roof. It actually has a sculptural form itself to integrate into the park. And on the left or right-hand side, this is our sculpture park within the design. There's a series of concrete bases that will house sculptures of both temporary and permanent exhibitions. And then from all stakeholders, we knew that and heard from them that safety and security was paramount to the project's success. This image shows how we're conceiving it as a well-lit space from tip to toe, not only for the safety aspects, make sure this is a well-used space as well, making sure we have an 18-hour space downtown by making sure it's lit and ready for that level of community use. We developed a strategic phased approach to implementation that works with the CRA's fiscal planning. This year, KCCI will hand over a vision plan and action plan to the city that outlines both the concept of the content of the park with the action plan implementing a 3-phased approach. In the first phase, these are smaller, quick wins that for immediate implementation. It includes native plantings along the berm along Jefferson Street, sculptural bike racks, as well as the sculpture bases for interactive sculptures. Phase 2 is series of elements that define the character further without requiring major site infrastructure coordination. Because of that, these can also be conceived as removable and replaceable in Phase 3, where we have a larger construction effort. Phase 3 is the complete build-out. This is taking the project to the full vision extent. These are larger items that require site infrastructural integration and will be paired with future city projects at City Hall that have improvements there that are planned. This is the shade canopy, the public restrooms, and the paving system that will add safety and lighting to the surfaces of the park. Obviously, we're here because we believe this project squarely aligns with the CRA and city's long-term goals. I'm going to hand it over to Max to talk about the details.
Matt. So in the packet that you have, what we're looking at is really dividing this into 3 phases, and Matt has already kind of explained that. But today, what we're truly looking for is the Phase 1, is that first approval, that first participation. So I'm going to read this out because I just want to make sure that it's understood. But the first ask is we're looking for is to approve a CRA project and funding commitment for the revitalization of an underutilized public space over the next several fiscal years that aligns with the Bicentennial Square conceptual design presented today. What that means is this is the first step. This is the first step to creating something really great and for you guys to buy into this idea of creating something within the core of the downtown that we've presented today. The second ask is to approve CRA staff working with the city staff to initiate an RFP procurement process for design engineering and permitting for Phase 2 and 3, because as much as the volunteers have done a lot of work, we need professionals now to actually take this further and to continue to work with you and the city to develop this to fruition. And then our third ask is to approve the 2 asks for Phase 1 quick win funding, which is the sculptural bike rack and the updated native planting. If you approve this, we already started our discussions with DIA, we've already started our discussions with DRC, and to schedule meetings with them so that we can come back in October with them having vetted this and for them to have support for this. And then that second meeting that we would have with you in October would be really to be looking for that second funding round of $679,000, which would cover the design fees and the second phase of the project where Matt had showed earlier. And then later on, in the future, we would come back again for additional CRA approval funds for the actual complete build-out, which we've seen what that could look like, but that would also come from the design professionals that would be hired. Oh, no, we're gonna go back here. So I really, really wanna thank you all, commissioners, staff, city staff that has helped us move this forward. And I truly hope that you guys can become part of this and something truly amazing from the downtown core and revitalizing a space, not only of Tallahassee, but of the capital of one of the biggest states in the country and really creating something amazing. But thank you. And we're obviously open for questions from any of you. Thank you.
All right, do we have any clarifying, I'm assuming we have people from the public that will be speaking on this issue. All right, before we get to public comment, any clarifying questions, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The only question that I had was, would the city then still be responsible for maintenance and upkeep of this facility as well?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And we have different opportunities. We're working with like the berm. We are working with the garden club. They would help with maintenance at the beginning. But overall, the city would be responsible for maintenance.
Okay.
So, and Curtis, just to clarify as well, this space, as it is my understanding, is already technically considered a park and is maintained by Parks and Rec, what little is out there now. Most of it's just brick, but the planters and everything are maintained by Parks and Rec.
Okay.
And that is a great question. As you know, with KCCI projects, long-term sustainability is always key. And so back in January, we started meeting with key city staff almost monthly, sometimes every 3 weeks, because we wanted to make sure that what we brought forward today for recommendations would not negatively impact any of your future city budgets. And we also wanted to make sure we were fiscally conservative with any potential CRA asks. So specifically with the plantings we're recommending today go in, We had worked with the Tallahassee Garden Club. We also worked with Ashley Edwards and Parks and Rec, and with her committee that she has to make sure before we brought this forward to this board level that we had kind of vetted it logistically with some of those key team members.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Williams
Mayor.
Cox.
You said clarifying questions or concerns or what?
Just clarifying questions. Let's hear from the public, then we'll come back for discussion.
Okay, well, I'll hold
Okay.
mine until after we hear from the.
All right, y'all just hold tight. We're going to start public comment.
Okay, thank you. At this time, it appears as though we do have 4 or 5 speakers on this item. We have Commissioner Gil Zephyr, followed behind Gail Hill, followed behind Tristan Williams, Ruben Stokes, and Mr. Stanley Sims. If you would come to the podium, name and address for the record, you'll have 3 minutes. There's a light that'll go from green to amber yellow to red, and at 30 seconds, I'll ask you to conclude your comments. Thank you.
Commissioner Ziffer, welcome.
Much, Mayor.
Your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Gil Ziffer, 1448 Terrace Street, number 1, Tallahassee, Florida. And excited to be here. Commissioner Williams Cox, it was a pleasure seeing you this past weekend at the Florida League of Cities meeting. Very impressive. Your colleagues served on a presentation down there with just about a full house and represented our city well. So thank you so much for doing that. All of you, thank you for giving me these few moments. And Mr. Mayor, thank you, because I know that you've had some leadership and engaged in this, and that's showing in just an amazing project that they're working on. And Commissioner Porter, congratulations. How do you feel today?
Exhausted.
Probably a little rested. Good for you. And Commissioner Richardson, the best of luck to you. You have made it, at least to the runoff, and congratulations for that.
Thank you.
Look forward to November, and I'm sure you do too. I'll try to keep my comments brief. This is a wonderful project, and I didn't fully appreciate the value that it provided until I walked up to City Hall today, and until I had seen the renderings, hadn't given thought to what could happen there. And it is truly special what these group of folks have done, and I want to congratulate them for all the time they put in, because it really is spectacular. It will change the appearance, not only from the front of the city, but the number of folks that we have walk up that come visit us during the legislative session to do normal business. That's where they walk. And this will really be a spectacular addition to that walkway going to the Capitol or to our downtown. One of the things that I'm particularly thrilled about is the art in public places. We pride ourselves, I know you're going to be having discussions later about Railroad Square, but we do have other art in this community, and we do have other efforts going on. And the art that they are suggesting, in addition to other opportunities that may come down the road, really will make a difference, because people notice that. I know when I travel, I look for things like that. And having that next to our City Hall will mean a great deal. Eventually, I think they've talked about restrooms and some other things, and it would add a lot to our downtown. I'm hopeful that you will all hopefully agree with me. I know you have pointed questions, but this is something that they could at least get going a little bit today by you agreeing to at least fund that initial request, which is phase 1. I know there are other things that they're looking for, at least a discussion on phase 2, which would be a higher consultant. But getting the ball rolling at this point means a great deal to the city, a great deal to them, and quite frankly, to this commission to be able to say that you all were the ones that did it. And on that note, I want to thank you for your time. I see my yellow light. I'm not going to break that rule. It's good to see you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank
He
you.
was waiting to see if the mic will go off.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker we have is Gail Hill, followed behind Tristan Williams.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Gail Hill. My address is 1373 Lloyd's Cove Road, Tallahassee, 32312. I'm a member of the Tallahassee Garden Club, and beyond that, a member of the Coreopsis Garden Circle, which is an 18-member group of women who are all either active or retired master gardeners. This is a group who is passionate about plants. We are thrilled to pieces that we have been invited to be involved in the landscaping of the berm alongside City Hall. We are very interested in taking that spot and turning it into a gorgeous shade garden that will be planted with native plants that are self-sustaining and that are, they are minimum needs for maintenance. And to that end, so far, we have made a team of 5 of us. I'm the team leader. I have here with me Kathy Carmichael and Zulema Wibner. Zulema worked with the Extension Office for 21 years, involved with plants in the Master Gardener Program, so we have a wealth of knowledge to lean on. So far, what we have done is this. We had arborists come out and look at the oaks within that strip of thing and had them certify that they were all in good shape and healthy. They advised us to be very careful about the root system of those oaks, so we immediately changed our landscaping plans to be minimally invasive. That means no big 35-gallon plant holes. But in any case, after we did that, we started thinking about the kind of plants that we would like to see out there. We think that planting with native plants and Florida-friendly plants will also be very interesting. They will all be labeled so the public will have an opportunity to see these and see plants they can even utilize in their own yards and gardens that are different than what they might see at all the big box garden stores and even the nurseries. So what we're thinking is this. We look about that. We will be wanting to cut the azaleas that are in front of the oaks off at the roots rather than rip them out. In front of those, where those are, we are thinking about some small understory trees, natives, like silverberry. We're looking at oak leaf hydrangeas that have big panicles of white flowers.
Ms.
About
Hill,
20
if you
seconds
would.
left.
And a whole list of gingers, caladiums, hostas, muhly grass, small silver palmettos, and bulbs. Thank you so much.
Thank
for your
you.
time.
Our next speaker, please.
Tristan Williams, followed behind Ruben Stokes and Mr. Sims.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Tristan Williams, 3024 North Fulmer Circle, Tallahassee, Florida, 32303. Thank you, everybody, and hello. I work at a local architecture firm called Fitzgerald Collaborative Group. I'm a former KCCI catalyst from the Crosswalks to Classroom project, and I currently serve as the AIA, American Institute of Architects, Tallahassee, chapter secretary. I say all this to introduce myself, but also to say that being a part of these groups has given me the privilege of witnessing the amount of thought and effort that's gone into planning the Tallahassee Bicentennial Square project. I'm here on behalf of AIA Tallahassee today to share my support and ask for yours. My first memory of this effort goes back to 2019. I was studying architecture at FAMU, and AIA Tallahassee had a downtown walk and a separate design charrette with Mayor Daley, where we explored areas of opportunity to improve our city. So this has been going on for quite a while, a lot of consideration in this. And while the AIA continued to discuss this, and we picked this back up a number of times recently, we recognize the need for a group more like KCCI to come in and make something like this happen. With the research efforts and community engagement that have occurred, our optimism in this project and in KCCI has been strengthened. The second sentence on the purpose and history paragraph on the downtown CRA page states a goal to revitalize the downtown into an 18-hour destination with a wide variety of uses. Creating an environment where people want to come and spend time will allow our businesses to thrive and help accomplish that 18-hour destination that we all envision for our downtown. When looking at all this research for this project, I've seen a lot of precedent images, a lot of examples of thriving downtown environments, and it's led me to ask myself a question that I believe has been at the start of many of our city's successes, and that's why can't we do that here? It feels like sometimes we love to enjoy these spaces for the events like Springtime Tallahassee, but I hope with an effort like this we can continue to invest in our downtown to make this a place we want to visit every day. We've had a lot of people spend a lot of time looking into this need for our downtown, and I hope that we can put that to good use and make something happen. And while my light is still green, I just want to thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Tristan Williams, Ruben Stokes. Oops. Mr. Sims.
Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Ruben Stokes, 3488 Creek Stable Road, Tallahassee, 32310. And I am here because I am an unusual and kind of unique individual in this group. I'm both a member of the Tallahassee Garden Club and of the KCCI Catalyst team. And just a little background on me, I moved here 4 years ago. I retired after 40 years in corporate America. Moved here intentionally. Both of my children graduated from Florida State, and I was up here quite often visiting them, and they had a terrific experience in Tallahassee. And my late wife and I had decided that when we retired, we would retire in a town that was, one, interesting, dynamic, and one that would grow along with us. We lived in major cities like Chicago, Los Angeles, so we were looking for that kind of a place. And one of the things that we loved about Tallahassee was the parks. There were so many parks, so many green areas, and so many different things that we could do in those areas. So that's one of the reasons I chose Tallahassee. Now, I never dreamed that I'd be involved in any civic projects or anything like that. I was moving here because I wanted a nice, safe, quiet retirement. Well, I'll tell you what, it's been exciting to meet the members of the KCCI team. These are some dynamic individuals who are committed to Tallahassee. They're part of that best and the brightest that we talk about, that Tallahassee can draw and hopefully retain. And then joining the Tallahassee Garden Club, meeting with people who've lived in Tallahassee for years and years and who love this city. Well, putting those two together and being part of both of those groups has been terrific for me. And I encourage you to take a closer look at what we're asking here. This is something that will really revitalize downtown and help Tallahassee continue on that path to be one of those world-class cities that I think it can be. So thank you very much. I hope you'll vote in favor of our proposal.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Mr. Stanley Sims, he had written a card for what was agenda item 302 regarding DRC. I'm not too sure how we want to handle that since we're not doing that. I don't know if we want to take that as on agenda later on or what.
One more time, I'm sorry.
He did a speaker card for an item that's an agenda item that we have since removed from the agenda. There was going to be a presentation from the GFS members in DRC. He gave a speaker card for something that was on the agenda, item number 302. Not too sure how we want to handle that since the presentations for
Who's
GFS
Mr.
and
Sims?
DRC aren't being done.
See in chambers? No. We'll obviously give him the opportunity to speak on the agenda. It's not on the agenda.
Okay. On agenda?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And that would be all the speaker cards that I have for agenda items.
Okay, if the KCC leadership team can stay ready, if there's any other questions or concerns to be addressed. Commissioner Williams-Cox, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I met with a team of KCCI members on yesterday, day before yesterday, this week. And I received emails from probably the rest of them. And what I said to them is what I'm going to say now, is that our usual process is that you go through DRC, downtown, and if it's Greater Frenchtown, Southside, you go through the CAC before you come here, so that they will have an opportunity to look at it and vet it and make a recommendation that we could either accept or not accept. So I have some unreadiness due to that. And then when I got my briefing from Mr. Cox, he had not heard anything about this project. If I don't want to put words in your mouth, but he had not heard anything about from this project since early in the year until like right now. So I guess that's because you were busy formulating or what have you. But I want to just be consistent in my thought. Last CRA meeting, some folks came and wanted to rename a building, put someone's name on the building. And I insisted that they needed to go back to the Citizens Advisory Group to bring that through that process and then come back here. So I'm going to have to stick with that because,
Yeah.
and that's what I said to them. And I know that they've done reach out to the DRC, and I know they've talked to lots of people over the past several months or what have you. But the process that we follow is that you go through the citizen advisory group, and they make a recommendation, and then it comes here. And I'm not sure why that didn't happen, or because in all the people, that they talked to, seems like somewhere along the way, someone would have made an understanding of this is how the process works. And we just got to be consistent in how we do that. I also had a very brief, in passing, conversation with Ashley Edwards. And I'd like to hear more from Ashley about any conversation that she's had regarding this project. Of course, I know we're working on the 100 parks by the end of the year. And so, she's the keeper of us getting there and that kind of thing. I'd like to hear more from her because I haven't heard from staff about this project. The first time I heard about this project, when I started getting these emails, and I got a meeting. So I am just not, and it comes with some financial commitment. And I just want to be sure that where we're heading is in the right direction. And we're doing it consistently across no matter where it is. And the final thing that I would say is that to the Tallahassee Garden Club, I'm a member of the Capital City Garden Club. So there are some other garden clubs that we probably need to engage because this belongs to everybody. So we want to make sure that anyone who wants to participate get the opportunity and be engaged and involved in it. And they too, I'm a member of the club, but I'm not a gardener and anything like that. I pass tape to them when they need the tape stuff. I pay dues, I'm one of those kind of people, those kind of members. But there are those who are really, really involved with gardening and displaying and doing their thing at the fairgrounds and all that. So I'm hoping that as this project grows, that you will invite the other garden clubs in town to be a part, because many hands make light work. And so I think that they would welcome the opportunity. So those are my comments. Thank you.
And after everyone has an opportunity to speak, and I weigh in as well, I do intend to make the motion to formally start the process and send it to the DRC so that we follow our process.
Yes.
Because it is time to have the full formal CRA staff analysis. I can tell you Wayne Tedder, Assistant City Manager, has been the point person from the city working with KCCI on this. And he has been working, I believe, with Ashley Edwards as well. But you're absolutely correct. This is the process, and this is how it works. And so the formal motion that I will make at the appropriate time is to send it to the DRC for review so that staff can then do the review as well. And sure, I hear your hesitations about the finances of our multi-year project. And I'll talk a little bit more also about the details of why that is. But yeah, it's got to go through the process for review and everything. So first stop. Good comments. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank KCCI and all the partners for all the hard work you've put into this project, and Betsy, you in particular, for all the other past projects. KCCI is an incredible partner. I mean, it's like a dream partnership for a city to have, for y'all to use your expertise, to volunteer your time towards the kind of projects that make Tallahassee a place that we love to call home. I'm really excited about this project. I agree. I think that having the DRC weigh in, the DIA weigh in a more formal way, I would love to see, I don't know the best way to do something like this, but whether it's a workshop where we just talk about our plans for downtown, because there is more than one organization that is responsible for the plans we have downtown. And I want to make sure that we are all working together on the same page, coordinating. I know that the DIA and the CRA has had conversations before about how we want to revitalize Adams Street, whether we want to make it a pedestrian area or whatever the case. And so I want to make sure that whatever those plans are complementary to this park so that it is the success that I believe that it will be. So those would be my major I wouldn't say concerns, but my desire would be that we have those conversations as we move forward so that all stakeholders are involved. Specifically as well for the sculptural bike rack, I'd love to see if we can consult with, if you haven't already, our bicycle advisory group that the city has, that we make sure, I think it's a great idea, and I had the pleasure of meeting with KCCI last week, and I know some of you personally. We just want to make sure that the design, and I don't know anything about the people who design these or make these, but that it's functional for people who actually want to use them as a bike rack. That needs to happen. So that's a priority for me as well. I think the native planning is going to be great. And as I mentioned in our meeting, for all the reasons you've stated, this park or activating this space is important. And I think as well for City Hall being the place that people commune. I mean, you see here today, there's a lot of people here to speak, and we don't really have a place for them to gather, and just talk, and whether it's before the meeting or after or during. And so I think this meets a lot of needs, and I am excited about it moving forward, and am supportive, but I do want to see more collaboration. And I want to just say that y'all have done a fantastic job with your community engagement. I have seen it personally. I submitted a response to the survey. I know that you have worked very, very hard to reach all areas of the community for that engagement. At this point, though, using all of that before we make a commitment to move forward, having a formal review where the public have the opportunity to see an agenda item with more details about the financing and the phasing is important to me as part of the process. But I think that we will see the community support as it has been at our next phase as we move forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent. Any other comments? Commissioner Matlow, excuse me. Commissioner Matlow, and then I'll come to you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you all for your hard work. This is a very cool presentation. I think, when I think of special places when we travel or we visit new cities, I think when you look at things like downtown in cities, particularly where there's public art, places like Railroad Square that are just really memorable. And I do think downtown right now, we need that extra bump, that extra boost of that space that you really take away. Like, I visited Tallahassee, and man, that was awesome. That was a great park. Or I saw a sculpture that was on display. Maybe it came from somewhere else, and it was just a rotating art display. I think all that stuff is very cool. I echo everybody's comments about the process and going through the channels, but I will say I think these types of projects are exactly what CRAs are for. It's not about just funding large development projects or other things. It's about really putting money into public space to where the private sector then wants to be a part of that and invest also. When we make cool spaces like parks and rural parks that actually address things like shade, things like the ability to use the restroom, all those things that actually bring people to a space and want them to stay there, because we know there's public spaces that aren't so inviting that have been developed. And I think just being outside of City Hall is just a cool spot. I mean, this is the people's building. We want people to come down. We want people to utilize downtown. So I wanted to go through the process. I want to learn more, particularly about the budget and the expenses and the funding and where it fits into all of our priorities. But preliminary, I think it's a really cool idea. Thank you.
Excellent. So first of all, let me make the motion to formally.
Mayor.
I'm sorry? Oh, golly. Mayor Pro Tem.
You forgot
I'm so
about me.
sorry. I
No,
apologize.
I'm kidding. Thank you,
Yeah,
Mr. Mayor.
sure.
I too want to just add on to what my colleagues have already said. I've met with the Betsy and the planning team a number of times now, have been involved with them. They've done their art crosswalks, which was phenomenal, for phenomenal projects, especially for our schools, and what they have done with that. Thank you, Betsy, you and KCCI, for all that you've done for this community up to this point. I'm thrilled about this project. I mean, when I saw it, the design, all the work that had been put into it, I was immediately drawn to it and for what it will do for our downtown, helping us truly create that 18-hour downtown that we keep talking about, but we don't seem to be making the necessary steps to get there. And so from that perspective, you certainly have my support. I agree with Commissioner Williams-Cox that we do need to go through the process, because if we avoid that process for you all, then others will come along and think that they can come directly to us as well. And we value that citizen input before those projects are brought to us. I think from what you've heard today, there's some follow-up work that can be done even before it goes to the citizen committee to get some additional involvement and ideas that will make it an even stronger project and proposal when it does go to the DRC and DIA. And so I'm excited about it. I'm looking forward to it coming back to us for a final vote. And so, the other issue that we talked about the other day, and I know you all are wrestling with this, is the ADA compliant portion of the park. I know it's sloped, and that's going to be difficult for people in wheelchairs, but I would certainly suggest that you all continue to take a look at that, because we want everyone, regardless of their physical condition, to be able to take advantage of what will be a wonderful downtown amenity. And so I'm looking forward to it. And let's get the ball continuing to roll down the road. And like I said, we'll look forward to it coming back for a final vote after it's gone through our citizen committee. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent. Well, this is a very exciting day. It sounds like we will have a unanimous vote to be able to move forward. I have been working on this project, as has been mentioned, with several of y'all since 2019. I can remember also the charrettes that we had at the College of Architecture at FAMU, the downtown walking tours, speaking about it to the Architect and Planning Association, working with KCCI, working with the DIA, working with the City of Tallahassee. And here we are. And we're going to have a vote to formally move it through the process and bring it back at the next meeting. And this is exciting. Activating downtown should be a top priority of this community. Making sure that we have a working, livable 18-hour downtown is extremely important. Not only do I love the artistic creativeness that y'all have brought to the table with the shade, the natural plants, the accessibility, but the fact that we are going to be able to bring outdoor restrooms that will be creatively blended into the downtown environment is huge. As we all know, because we've been studying this, the only public restrooms in downtown right now that are accessible are the library, City Hall, and the courthouse, two of which you have to go through, well, no, even the library. You have to go through security scans to get in, and we all shut down before the evening. You ask any of the restaurants and bars in downtown Tallahassee, and they will tell you that one of the number one pressure points that we face is making sure that we have public restrooms. The design is phenomenal. The lighting elements is phenomenal. And this is going to be a true gem for the City of Tallahassee. Working with the Downtown Improvement Authority, and by the way, Commissioner Matlow, let me commend you. Y'all did an amazing job hiring your new executive director, because he is on fire. He is phenomenal. I believe he will be bringing back to your board sometime in the near future a master plan for downtown public art. And also working with a couple of other private citizens that are interested in public art. There is a movement, and it was referenced, and I want to make sure we're all on the same page, about building these, what's the right word, Betsy? What am I looking for? The pedestals. And the idea is, whether it's the chain of parks, whether it's Bicentennial Park, all throughout downtown, you have pedestals so that we give the artist community the opportunity, maybe on a 6-month rotating basis, to be able to bring in new art, new creative arts. This is an idea that's coming from the ED over at DIA. I think it's great. Coke is on board. I just signed a letter of support as mayor for a national grant that they're applying for to help assist this community with public art as well. And you're right, we've been to many other communities where they got incredible outdoor public art, and this is just going to add to the downtown flavor. I am extremely excited. As the process is, the motion that I will make is to formally move this forward, and the next stop will be the Downtown Citizens Advisory Board with full vetting from our staff and then recommendations and for it to come back in October, which is very exciting. I want to personally thank KCCI and this year's class for the amazing work that y'all have done. I can only imagine literally the thousands of volunteer hours. How many festivals did you all survey? Springtime, Shakespeare, Word of South, getting community input in public, the charrettes that have taken place, not only years previously, but this year as well, working in conjunction with the American Architects and Planning Association locally, working with the city, working with the DIA, working with everyone. It's just been absolutely amazing. I am proud to be a board member of KCCI, a volunteer board member, and I love the work that you do, and I love the stamp that you put on the city with the previous classes and the previous projects as well. And there is no doubt in my mind, with the partnerships with all the garden clubs, with all the other governmental entities, the non-governmental entities, the business community, which, by the way, from what I have heard, is thrilled about this in downtown Tallahassee. This is going to be a win-win, and to be able to kick this off and formally call it Bicentennial Square, Bicentennial Park, because mixing in with the history of our community, just an exciting time for downtown Tallahassee. With that, I would like to make the motion that we formally move this project through the process and recommend that it is scheduled on the next Downtown Citizens Advisory Committee meeting.
Second.
Second, okay. I heard Commissioner Porter before I heard you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I'll give you both the second. How about that? Okay, any further comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. Thank you all very much. Okay, before we get into, and the reason why I took public comment on that is that because the presentation is scheduled before we take public comment on agenda items, and I didn't think it would make sense to take a vote and then hear from the public on an item. We are now on public comment on agenda items, consent and agenda items. So let's go ahead and hear from the public on all of our items.
All items including non-agenda? Only agenda?
Only agenda.
Okay. We have one speaker card on agenda, Mr. Stanley Sims, wanting to speak on item number 703.
Okay. Mr. Sims, you filled out a card as well to speak on the presentations from the Citizens Advisory Group. They weren't here to present, so they were removed off the calendar. You are more than welcome if you want to save your comments for unagended on that. That'd be fine.
No,
Or
Mr.
they'll
Mayor,
be at the next meeting.
I heard you when you said that
Okay.
they couldn't do, so I left.
Okay.
I'm Stanley Sims, still at 1320 Avondale Way. Mr. Bellamy. Mr. Mayor, it is moments just like this that inspires me to continually work in my community. Mr. Bellamy is not a perfect man. Mr. Bellamy has faults, like all of us. But Mr. Bellamy, no matter what he was doing, if you were in a calamity and you were trying to figure out whether if it was trying to get something to eat, you needed a job, somebody did you wrong, that's Mr. Bellamy. He didn't have certain hours, because you don't keep office hours when you advocate for the streets. He didn't have a fee schedule, or a payment plan. Lord, help me today. Because you don't have those kind of necessary tools when you're just an average citizen using the power of your voice. And see, City Commissioner Curtis Richardson, this is the kind of gentleman here that Stanley Sims didn't hesitate when I came back out of prison, wondering whether or not I'm good enough to serve for my community, wondering or not if I'm good enough to stand here at this podium and tell my views. Because Mr. Bellamy had paved the way for me. You have the right. As long as there's breath in your body, you have a voice. And I want to thank this body for acknowledging that all icons of our community don't live in 3,500 square foot homes, don't drive Escalades, don't live on the northeast side of town. They just Jim Bellamy.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
On agenda items,
On agenda item.
that's the last speaker that we have on agenda items. sir.
All right, is there anyone else here that has not filled out a form that would like to speak on an item that is currently placed on the agenda? Okay. All right, let's move forward then. We are on the consent agenda. Colleagues,
Move consent, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
it's been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Williams Cox. Any further comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. We are on item 7.01, funding requesting amount of $600,000 for the Osceola Street Sidewalk Project. Mr. Cox.
Yes, thank you, sir. We have a presentation by Underground Utilities and Public Infrastructure for you all. The request is for $600,000 for a sidewalk project in the Greater Frenchtown Southside District.
Excellent. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. My name is Jenna Duncan. I'm in the city's Underground Utilities and Public Infrastructure Department. I have with me Molly Levesque. She is our Capital Projects Manager. And also in chambers is Mr. Eric Gooch, our Manager of Public Infrastructure Engineering. We're here before you today to present a project on the Osceola Street sidewalk improvements. Our item seeks a $600,000 funding for design and construction of this sidewalk segment. On the screen here, you'll see the orange segment is the project area. The white outline is the Greater Frenchtown Southside CRA boundary. This project is directly adjacent to FAMU Way. It extends from Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard eastward toward South Adams. This project is a very important pedestrian connectivity component of the entire area. Here on the slide, again, you can see where the boundary is located. Again, FAMU is directly to the west. The blue, it's a little bit dark on here, but those are the existing sidewalks. And we've actually got a new sidewalk that's not shown here on this map. It's Osceola Street coming through FAMU's campus. They've added a sidewalk on the south side, which is the same side of the roadway that we're proposing this sidewalk for as well. But you'll see that we've got the existing sidewalks within the area. This project is also directly adjacent to a neighborhood connector route. That is the Tallahassee-Leon County Bike Ped Master Plan. So there's a lot of connectivity in this area. We've also got the South Monroe Adams Placemaking Plan. That's a blueprint project. That project encompasses 5 streetscaping plans. 2 of those streetscapes are directly adjacent to where this sidewalk would go. Up on the map, you'll see there is Perkins and Kestner Streets. The project's proposed is just a little bit under a quarter mile. And like I mentioned before, we are looking at the south side of the roadway. I'm going to talk a little bit about the design of the project. We have done some concept designs, and currently the roadway is a wide roadway section, excuse me. There's no parking on either side of the road, but the road is about 30 feet wide. So to really get the sidewalk in there and get a good buffer for pedestrian comfortability, we would narrow the street to two 11-foot lanes. That would achieve two purposes. One is to limit the impacts on surrounding property owners. The other is to provide a sort of traffic calming. Narrower roads make drivers drive a little bit slower. It would also enhance the bicycle connectivity. If there's a slow roadway, that means that people are going to drive a little slow and people can be more comfortable riding in the roadway and doing the share the road. The plans call for a 6-foot wide sidewalk and a 3.5-foot buffer strip with curb and gutter on the south side of the roadway. We have estimated the design to cost about $125,000 and the construction to be about $425,000. Construction, engineering, and inspection is about $50,000, coming to a grand total of $600,000. Current project scheduling, we have done the planning this year, done some concept design, vetted out the feasibility of the project, went to the DRC committee to review the project with them. If this project is funded, we can jump into design next year. About a year and a half design timeline, we can go and start construction in 2027. Again, I am Molly Levesque, and this is Duncan, so happy to answer.
Excellent. Molly, Jenna, while you are here, first and foremost, not on topic, I want to thank you. You are part of an amazing team, Underground Utilities, that does absolutely tremendous work during the storm season. Our paths with the commission and your office do not necessarily cross all the time, but keeping the planning moving, keeping public spaces open, whether it's preparing for a storm or the debris cleanup and making sure it's done appropriately so that we don't damage the infrastructure, is phenomenal. Y'all do a great job, and we certainly do appreciate it. And please tell your colleagues that as well. We don't get to see you all quite as much.
Because you're underground.
We really do. We seriously really do appreciate everything that y'all do. I am fully supportive of this project. I think it's incredible. We're investing in neighborhoods. I mean, this is what we're about. This is connectivity. These are sidewalks. The design is beautiful. I love the buffer. I love what you're doing to the road as well. I think it's a great project. I really do. Colleagues, comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, ladies, thank you all for the work that you do. You know, our city wouldn't be the city that she is without the kind of work that you do. And you're not often recognized for it or thanked, but we certainly want to let you know that on behalf of all of the citizens of the great city of Tallahassee, that we do appreciate what you do. And I want to emphasize the fact that this is a South Side project. And what we have, through the CRA, committed to do is to improve, to revitalize, redevelop those neighborhoods and communities on the south side of town, but in other areas as well, that have been neglected and underdeveloped in our community. And this certainly proves to those individuals, and I happen to live on the south side of town as well, that we are committed through projects like this, our Neighborhood First program, to improve where they live, so that wherever they live in the city of Tallahassee, they feel like they live in that all-America city that Tallahassee has twice been designated. So I wanted to emphasize that. And again, thank you all for the work that you do. And Mr. Mayor, I would move staff recommendation on the allocation of $600,000 for the design and construction of this project.
Mayor Pro
I would
Tem.
second that.
Mayor Pro Tem has probably moved the staff recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Commissioner Porter for comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you both as well. I'm supportive of this project, of course. The only comment I want to make is, in general, I would feel more comfortable if we were funding this not from the CRA, but from the general fund, because I do believe the CRA funds are best used for projects like the downtown park, like what people are here to talk about today with Railroad Square Art Park. And I think there's a slight, people in the South Side and Frenchtown, their tax dollars are paying for sidewalks in other parts of town, but we're asking them to pay for their sidewalks only in their part of town, because that's how the TIF dollars work. The property taxes are collected from the district and spent in the district, but we don't ask that of other parts of town when we pay for their sidewalks out of the general fund. So in general, I'm supportive, I'm excited. I think the connectivity is super important. We talk about it all the time. I do. There's a lot going on in that area that this supports and complements. So I want to be clear, I'm supportive. I intend to vote in favor of it. But in general, as a conversation we're having as the CRA, I would prefer this be funded from the city and not from the CRA. Thank you.
Other comments? But in closing, I hear the comments from my colleague, and she makes good points. I do think it's appropriate. It complements the Greater Bond Neighborhood Association's Neighborhood First Plan, which was funded 100% out of the CRA with all the infrastructure projects, the park, the other sidewalks that we put in. So it is congruent in that regards. And keep moving forward. I think it's a great project.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could piggyback on that, it helps to speed up.
Right.
Because there's a great list of sidewalks to be completed that is funded through our capital improvement projects from the city. But if we waited until we got into the cycle, this would be a missed opportunity. So I think that it is smart and prudent to utilize available funds that are appropriate to be used to speed up improvements in neighborhoods when identified.
I agree, and that's a good point. I mean, it is a large amount of money because building sidewalks is expensive. Right. But the master list of the City of Tallahassee usually are much bigger projects. And sometimes these smaller projects can get lost in that massive list. So I think it's a creative approach to meet the need that also complements the Greater Bond Neighborhood Association, Neighborhood First. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I hear both sides, but I do hear these from the neighborhoods. Basic infrastructure should be the city's responsibility, and the CRA is meant to go above and beyond to add extra value to a community. So I do think it's a conversation for the city to have about, we've changed the prioritizations of sidewalks so many times over the years, and that list continues to get cycled. Different projects moved in. We saw a lot of projects that were in Frenchtown fall off the list as other projects moved up. So there's no consistency even on the city side of the list. But I think that's a city conversation. I'm happy to support this today, but there is a limited amount of funding in the CRA district. And each project we do, if we just did sidewalks, we'd be bankrupt right away. So we need to look at where we're getting the most investment to improve the community, encourage investment in those areas, and then making sure the city is also carrying their fair share of the basic infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I hear you. We have not changed not that I'm aware of, we haven't changed the sidewalk priority list in the past 4 years at City of Tallahassee.
Over the past 8 years, you'll see, as they put out different versions of it, different projects have moved down and up, and some fell off completely, since 2018.
The projects can't fall off without approval from the commission, and that hasn't been brought forward. I'm not aware of anything falling off, but I hear you, and we should check on that. All right, all those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. We're on 7.02, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, sir. This is a grant request for the amount not to exceed $159,714 for the Bond Community Health Clinic located at 1549 South Monroe Street. Sheila Williams will set up the breakdown, and we do have the applicant in attendance if you all have any questions for her.
Excellent.
Right, thank you very much. This is a grant request in the amount not to exceed $159,714 for the Bond Community Health Center, Inc., located at 1549 South Monroe Street. So a little background information regarding this item. The Bond Community Health Center is a 501(c) community health center deemed as a federally qualified health center for greater than 30 years. The center concept was established over 52 years ago. They have provided patient-centered approach to quality primary and preventative health care services for Leon County and several surrounding counties, including Gadsden, Wakulla, Jefferson, Taylor, Franklin, Liberty, and Madison counties, providing access to the highest quality comprehensive family health services with particular concern for the lower socioeconomic groups, regardless of their ability to pay. Property, what did I do? The property is located at 1549 South Monroe Street, and you might need to do it for me. What happened here with the clicker? The property is located at 1549 South Monroe Street, and it was built around 1970. The parcel is approximately 1.5 acres in size. The property is located along the northeastern quadrant in the intersection of Palmer Avenue and South Monroe Street. Bond is redeveloping the site utilizing a phased approach with 3 phases, Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3. Phase 1 is to renovate and update the space. Phase 2, it would include OB and women's health and dental operatory. The estimate for Phase 1 completion is spring to summer 2024. Phase 2 is to renovate the adjacent dance studio to establish a full-service pharmacy with a drive-through, and that's estimated as Phase 2 with a completion date of fall 2024. Phase 3 is to improve and beautify the exterior facade of the building. The estimate for Phase 3 completion date is to be determined. There was an article in the Tallahassee Democrat January of this year with Dr. Temple Robinson about the proposed pharmacy. There is definitely a need for a pharmacy, as 3 private pharmacies on the south side of Tallahassee in close proximity to this location recently closed over the past few months or few years. And those would be Winn-Dixie, the grocery store did have a pharmacy, the CVS, and Walgreens. On the screen, you'll currently see some pictures of proposed renovations, and this is information on the OB and dental renovations plans, what is being proposed. The next slide that we have, again, is an additional rendering of what those potential renovations would look like. The next slide is additional pictures of that. And then we have like a rendering of what it would look like, pictures of what it would look like. You also have a standard operating or exam room and waiting room. We also have proposed a new medical laboratory. And this is currently the demolition that's in progress as it relates to the pharmacy. And that is an exterior view of where the pharmacy is located and where the drive-through area will be. Additional schematic of what the pharmacy interior and remodeling of the existing structure for that area, what it would look like, floor plans. And this is a projected new front of what the property at 1549 South Monroe Street will look like. There you see some improved building fenestrations as it relates to windows and new signage, resurfacing, and located along the left side of the building where you see the vehicle, that would be where the drive-in portion of the pharmacy will be. So not shown on here are additional things that will be added, like we said, new signage, revising the parking and traffic flow, a flagpole, and a potential mural along the Palmer Street side of the building. So Bond Community Health Center has had the opportunity to enumerate or secure funding from a couple of different entities, one being the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, which is a federal grant, private grant through an organization called Centera Healthcare, and then they're finally asking for some CRA funding as it relates to helping with some of the exterior improvements. Total project cost is upwards of almost $900,000 or $865,000, and that figure does include items that would be considered eligible items that the CRA customarily would pay for, and some ineligible items. So we have decided potentially to, as it relates to disbursement of any funds, if the CRA board was interested in funding this, the $159,714 in CRA funds request is our customary 25% or less of what we would call quantify as eligible expenses. The total of what we calculated as the eligible expenses total about $640,000. As you can see on the screen, the total investment for phase 1, 2, and 3 is upwards of $900,000. This is under our CRA, Greater Frenchtown Southside Medium and Large program, which does allow for the CRA to provide up to 25% for eligible items for the redevelopment project within the district, Greater Frenchtown Southside District. So with that, this item was discussed at our Greater Frenchtown Southside meeting on June 10th. With the members, they did have some questions or concerns regarding the pharmacy, which were addressed by Dr. Temple Robinson. And I think we mentioned, I had something here regarding the pharmacy. The new pharmacy will be accessible, and she did answer at that time, but I wanted to provide exactly what she said or how the pharmacy will be open and accessible to all residents. The medications are not just limited to Bond patients. The Bond pharmacy will serve uninsured, insured, Medicaid, and Medicare recipients. There are just a few insurance companies that don't contract with Bond, but as I understand it, most do. The uninsured clients that are not patients at Bond will be encouraged to become patients so that they may benefit from the discounted 340B program pricing. Also, the pharmacy will provide organizations similar to the area. Operation meeting also requested a recommendation to the board for funding for $159,714. So we find that this is consistent with Florida Statute 163 for Option number 2 is do not approve the grant request for improvements to 49 is to provide Dr. Robinson, Health Center, so we can answer and provide additional clarification if needed. Thank you for your time.
Your vision. Next step, I support it. Comments?
She is an African-American female who anywhere she but she has dedicated her good specific work on the south side to that. We appreciate all the work that you caring for that health and well-being. Typically don't have access to those of us who live on the south side, especially with my wife have to go out to the field. We can do that. We have to do it so many of our neighbors aren't able to do that. So this will certainly address that issue. And so I think this is very appropriate for what the CRA was formed for, to address these kinds of issues. And I would move then, Mr. Mayor, that we approve the staff recommendation for the grant amount of $159,714
And I was second.
for the Bond Community Health Clinic.
This has been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem for staff recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Commissioner Porter, you have the floor.
Thank you. I have a question for you, Doctor. And I want to echo as well what Commissioner Richardson said. Thank you for your service, and I intend to support this project, and I'm really excited for it. I just wanted to ask about the pharmacy itself. You know, I've never opened a pharmacy or run a pharmacy, and I was wondering what you could tell us about how the pharmacy will be operated or income generating, so that we can ensure its success for years to come. In it, you know, we want to make this investment because we want it to be a success, but I don't know that much about running a pharmacy. So if you could give us a little bit more information.
Well, there's not a great margin in running a pharmacy,
Right.
so I lose sleep over this myself. But this will be very similar to the pharmacy that we have at 1720 South Gaston Street. So our patients utilize the pharmacy. Medications are priced at a discount. Then we have additional support from the federal 340B pricing program, which helps support the discount that uninsured patients can purchase medication. Remember, we take almost all insurances, and so people with insurance and Medicaid, they come to the pharmacy and get their prescriptions filled just like they go to Walgreens, CVS, or anywhere else. So it is based on general revenue, and we look at the cost of goods sold, and we try to sell those goods back at a reasonable price to the customer, but also at a reasonable price so that we don't go out of business. It will be staffed accordingly. We, of course, try not to overstaff. We try to watch overhead. We generally order medications on a daily basis so that we don't have a whole lot of stock sitting on the shelf and it's not being purchased. We also have case managers that run behind patients. People call in their prescriptions, and if we fill them and they're sitting on the shelf, we can't sell them to someone else. And there's certain prescriptions that you feel if they're not picked up, they're wasted. So a lot goes into trying to preserve and stretch that small margin. So that's a very good question. It's a lot that goes into running any business. So overhead, expenses, and so forth, making that balance. But this pharmacy, we will have a retail license like we do at 1720 South Gaston. So you don't have to be a bond patient to use it, and cash is king.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Great. Any other, Commissioner Williams-Cox?
I too want to just say thank you, Dr. Robinson. It's been a pleasure to work with you in the community. We had an opportunity recently to connect a loved one with their loved one who was maybe non-communicative. And so you're not only Bond's jewel, you're a jewel to our city, and we certainly do appreciate working with you and collaborating with you. And I really appreciate how you stepped up when CVS closed and people were just going wild because CVS closed. And we told them at that time, and you backed it up, that there is a pharmacy on the south side. Yes. You can come to Bond to get your medication. So now we have one on, there'll be one on the front street where you can come and get your medicine. But you can also mail order. You all do, you do
Yes,
the mail order as well?
We have a pill packing system, so for people that are taking a lot of medicines, where you get the package and you can tear it off, your morning medicines, afternoon. We do mail order, we do home delivery. We try to make sure that people get what they need.
So as the kids say, you're not new to this, you're true to this.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0.
Thank you for your support.
All right, our next item is 7.03.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. This is a request to rename the current Frenchtown Heritage Hub located at 524 North Martin Luther King Boulevard in honor of James Bellamy. As you remember, this was brought to us at our last meeting. You asked that we take it to the community, and we are here to say that they all approved it. And we do have a representative of the Frenchtown Neighborhood Improvement Association here, if you have any questions for them.
Any questions? Commissioner Williams-Cox?
I rise to make the motion to approve this. They've done what we've asked them to do. They've gone back, they took it to the CAC, and they're back. So let's do it.
Any other comments? There's a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Porter. I would say, I know that Mr. Bellamy has some health issues, but we are giving him his flowers while he can still smell them for all the work that he has done in the Frenchtown community. This is just a small token of our appreciation, if you would extend this to him, a small token of our appreciation for the work that he has done in that community and what he has provided for the residents in the Frenchtown community. My dad lived in Frenchtown while he was in school and graduated from the original Lincoln High School. And so my family has been a part of the Frenchtown community for many years. And so we, again, just want to thank Jim for all that he's done. And if you would extend that to him and his family. And Commissioner Williams-Cox.
I wanted to add thank you to Meltoni. Yeah, I see she's getting emotional because she loves this work and loves this work that she's been able to do with him.
Yes.
And to the rock of our community, Cheryl Collier Brown, who passing out tissues. She's forever the teacher.
Oh, yeah.
So, and I've shared this story before. Mr. Bellamy is near and dear to me as well. He and my dad played football together in college. And my dad introduced me to him many, many years ago. And he's just a stand-up community guy, straight shooter. And we appreciate that.
Yeah.
And so just let him know that we're honored to do this and happy to do it. And thank you all for following the process.
Okay. Any other comment? Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, I just wanted to echo my colleagues. How many times have we seen Mr. Bellamy at this microphone advocating and fighting for this center specifically? And I think we've all been to the events there, whether it's the farmer's market or touring the kitchen. And it's just such a passion project for him and everybody involved. But this is such a, if there was ever a building that deserved a name, I think it's this one and for Mr. Bellamy. Thank you.
Any other comments? Motion has been made.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Porter.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to echo it as well. I first met Mr. Bellamy in 2016, and we used to get coffee at that Starbucks on Tennessee Street, and he would buy me those little egg bites that they have. He liked those too. And he's just an amazing man who's always had an incredible vision for his community, and not only the vision, but the work ethic to follow through. So I'm proud that we're able to honor him in this way.
Okay. Mayor?
Jim is incredible, and I can't think of a more fitting way to honor him and his legacy than this naming. I think, it's funny, we all have great stories of when we met Jim. We always remember it, too. I think I was in elementary or middle school when I first met him, when my father first got into politics on the school board. And Jim played a wonderful friend and advisor to him. And then when I entered the political arena 18 years ago, he has been a wonderful friend and advisor to me. Very rarely in this arena do we get people that truly will shoot straight and that are good friends and stand up and say, this is not a good idea, you should think of it in a different way. And Jim always did that. and he did it in his unique way, which was very respectful and very appreciative. And I am fully supportive of the item here, too.
Absolutely. Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. The motion carries unanimously. Okay, Mr. Mayor?
All right, we're on the Downtown District Policy Formation Direction, item 8.01. Mr. Cox.
Thank you, sir. We have a presentation by representatives from Star Metro for a funding commitment request for an amount of $250,000 for activation of exterior spaces as part of CK Steel revitalization project. And if you have any comments or questions, they're here to answer that after the presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Dominique Maddox. I'm the Transit Services Manager with City of Tallahassee Star Metro Department. Here joining me today is Devin Levins, who's our Special Projects Coordinator. He's also serving as the project manager for this project that's before you today for consideration. We appreciate the opportunity to be here today to share with you about one of the most frequently visited destinations downtown, the CK Steel Plaza. There are several activities that are currently underway, and one proposed that we are seeking CRA support in funding. So just a brief overview regarding CK Steel Plaza for those that are in the room. The CK Steel Plaza was built in the late 1980s and has since served hundreds of customers and visitors daily as one of Star Metro's main transfer points. The plaza is named in honor of the local community activist and civil rights leader, Reverend Dr. Charles Kinsey Steele, who led the Tallahassee bus boycotts in the 1950s. The picture shown here is the iconic statue of Reverend Steele, which is located at the plaza. Like Dr. Steele's legacy, the plaza has significant value and is a piece of the Tallahassee history and staple of the downtown district. It has been used for a range of events, from the city's annual MLK Day celebration to downtown marches and press conferences. So as much as it is a transit center, it has also been known as being a community gathering space. Additionally, this year, it will also soon be the home of Greyhound Lines and its business operations, providing inter and intrastate travel to and through Tallahassee. As the city celebrates its bicentennial and Star Metro's 50 years of providing equitable, accessible, and efficient transit services, we are seeking to enhance and preserve the heritage of the CK Steel Plaza. Specifically this year, we have begun a revitalization project to modernize the historic transit center through facade improvements, hazard mitigation, ADA compliance measures, the relocation of Greyhound lines, and other enhancements to activate the public spaces in and around the plaza. This project is a multi-department intergovernmental collaboration funded through several sources, including private investments from Greyhound, state and federal grants, and city contributions totaling $3 million in estimated project costs. The project advances the city's strategic priority to create a multimodal transportation hub at CK Steel Plaza. It is also consistent with the downtown community redevelopment plan and the goal of creating a vibrant and attractive downtown district for both visitors and residents. Work is already underway, and the goal is to have this project running in concurrent with our Southside Transit Center construction project. A major component of the CK Steel revitalization project is activation of exterior spaces of the plaza for residents and downtown visitors to engage and interact with Tallahassee history. What is before you today is a proposal tentatively referred to as the Corner Park, which envisions repurposing a corner of the plaza to create an upgraded multi-use area that features the CK Steel statue, the Rosa Parks Memorial Plaque, and other amenities. The project would also include making adjoining walkways ADA compliant and renovating the retaining wall on Tennessee Street and Call Street to match the downtown brick aesthetic. These enhancements would further connect the plaza as a gateway downtown intersection with a chain of parks and other downtown cultural attractions. It would also enhance the general attractiveness of the area, particularly as potential private investors consider redevelopment opportunities at Greyhound's soon-to-be formal location. The vision of the corner park has been influenced by feedback provided in dozens of Southside Transit Center community engagement events, where we have continuously heard a lot of community support for the revitalization of the CK Still Plaza. Currently, there are no identified funds for the exterior activation portions of the CK Still revitalization project. Based on initial estimates, it would cost approximately $250,000 for its design, engineering, and construction. Afterwards, the city's Star Metro department will be responsible for long-term maintenance and associated costs. Without the CRA's participation in this portion of the project, the activation of a public space will have to wait until future funds are identified. We appreciate your consideration of this proposal, and again, thank you for your time.
Dominique. Okay, colleagues. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, one thing that I would point out is that statue is built to scale. Reverend Steele was a miniature man, but he was miniature in stature, but a giant of a man. And I don't need to go into any more of the history of what he has done for not only the city of Tallahassee, the state of Florida, but this nation in his fight for civil rights for people who look like me and our future and our children's and grandchildren's futures and all of us who call Tallahassee home. We are a richer community as the state capital because of the work that Reverend Steele provided in this community in that regard. And so we continue to recognize him for his works and to improve this transit hub, just brings it up to speed in terms of its usefulness to the community, its the needs there, and I've heard a lot of them too. People not always having the things that are needed while they're in transit from one place to the other as they transfer from the center. And now our partnership with Trailways Bus will bring in some revenue for that site as well. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I would recommend that we approve the staff's recommendation for funding of $250,000 for enhancements to the CK Steel Center.
Motion's been made based on staff recommendation for option number 1 by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Commissioner Williams-Cox and then Commissioner Porter for comment.
I think that this is awesome. As we continue to revitalize downtown, this is a part of downtown. And so making it just modernizing it and keeping it up to date is really what we ought to be doing. And I'm really appreciative of this. And I like the way you said it. It's the most used destination. Yeah. Bus loads of people are coming in there, in and out every day. And that's great. And if you are from a community that doesn't have public transit, you understand how valuable it is to be able to ride a bus around town to get to where you need to. And I'm looking forward to the Southside Transit coming on board as well. So things are really moving, pardon the pun, but moving around this town. And I'm really proud to be a part of it. Thank you. Thank you all for your work. And whenever I see Levin Devins, I always think about the Southside Action Plan. You might as well just have it tattooed somewhere. Because whenever I see him, that's what I think about. So thank you all. Thank you for what you're doing.
Commissioner Porter.
Thank you. I intend to support this. I'm really excited about these renovations. The one comment I want to make is as we are investing in our downtown strategically, and I want to challenge us to, in the item, it talks about some concerns raised by the DRC and whether we can do something like have food trucks set up on Call Street. I just want to challenge us because I think that there is so much more we can do that wouldn't involve a financial investment from the city. If we could ease the permitting process so that we could have, someone selling hot dogs or ice cream or something in these spaces so that they really are activated And since that is what we want, the infrastructure is a huge part of it, but making it easier for small businesses to enter into that space as people are there, that's another conversation, but I want to challenge us to have it so that it can complement and make more successful these investments. Thank you.
That's good. Any other comment? Dominique, wonderful presentation. And it's an honor to have you here. And I have, on a personal note, thoroughly enjoyed watching you grow through the City of Tallahassee family. And you are an amazing individual. I remember when you started in the innovation department, and here you are. And you are a prime example of incredible talent that just, we give you leadership and you take off. For those that are here on another issue, I also want to highlight the amazing team at Star Metro that literally in the past 3 years alone has brought in tens of millions of dollars of federal assistance to complement and uplift our transit system. And an incredible project, the Southside Transit Center, is going to be phenomenal. You all do an amazing job. Not many people know that we are the only community in the United States of America, I believe still, that runs an all-electric bus fleet on a university campus. And because the infrastructure is run by solar, it is the only solar-powered electric bus fleet that is run on a university campus. That is innovative. Commissioner Porter's got great comments, and I agree. How do we continue to activate the space? But the design of the space and the activation complements the vision of downtown Tallahassee. I'm extremely excited about the collaboration with Greyhound and the new look and what's coming in the future. And you should be congratulated. And it's a wonderful project. Devin, you do a tremendous job at the City of Tallahassee, both through communications and through planning. You are by far one of the smartest urban planners I have had the opportunity to work with, and you do a great job. And I think this is a prime example when we get collaborations between communications, between planning, and between specific departments, Star Metro, we can do amazing things. Congratulations, great project. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously, 5-0. Thank you all very much. We are on item number 8.02. Mr. Cox.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We have a funding request from Underground Utilities and Public Infrastructure for the Monroe Street Downtown Sidewalk Enhancement Project. As you all know, the CRA Board, you all approved the funding for the actual design a couple of years ago, and this is a continuation of that project. They have the numbers for how much it's going to cost to actually make these changes, and they're presenting that to you all today.
Excellent.
Great, thank you. Hello again, Jenna Duncan.
I look familiar.
I know. It's deja vu. Again, I also have Molly Levesque with me and our team, Eric Gooch, our manager of Public Infrastructure Engineering. Mr. Randy Lane is our program engineer for this project, and you all know Devin. So again, once again, we're here just with an update on this project. You guys have seen it before. We're really excited to share with you some of these renderings. This is building off of the conceptual designs that were done through the planning department and the design works department that came before this board. This board funded the design for the project, and we're at 90% plans right now. So looking forward to sharing this with you all. So just a real quick recap on where we're looking. Right is to the north. So this project is on North Monroe Street from Jefferson Street to Park Avenue. We're skipping the Chain of Parks block, and then from Park Avenue up to Call Street. The total length on each side is about 1,500 linear feet in all, just a little bit over half a mile, 6/10 of a mile of the project. And again, we're at 90% design. Just some highlights of the project. First and foremost, we're looking to widen the sidewalks. What we really want to do is have that unobstructed pedestrian path, give a clear zone for pedestrians, as well as an additional zone to activate the space. What we're looking at It varies across the project segments, but it's about an additional 8 feet that we're gaining in the overall sidewalk width. We're also looking to replace the street trees. Just walking down the street, you can see that some of the trees that are out there are not thriving.
Yeah.
So we're going to go in and replace those with a little bit better species, have a better system that the engineer up here will talk about in a minute. We're also going to look at improving the drainage, and along with that drainage, some decorative grates, trench drain grates, tree grates, also replacing the light poles. You probably have noticed, some of those poles are currently being replaced, but this project will go in and make sure that everything's consistent, everything's placed at a proper spacing. We're accommodating space for the underground utilities as well as these new trees. So there's a lot going on. And then, of course, the parking, namely the parking on the west side of this project area will go from currently angled parking to parallel in order to get that additional width of the sidewalk. So these are just some photos of those elements I was talking about. The new street lighting on the left, that's our standard pendant style for this context. The street tree that we're looking at is the pond cypress. This has been a very successful tree, and Molly can touch on it in a little bit as well. But it's a new street tree that they've had a lot of success in different areas. Being in that environment, you usually think of it in a wet soil, but it's been very well adapted to dry soils as well. And then the grates that are shown up here are just a concept of what kind of pattern we could use. The rough finish is not what we'd recommend. We'd recommend something that's powder-coated black to be consistent throughout the whole downtown. And then this is where I'm going to hand it off to the engineer to talk about engineering things.
So Jenna mentioned earlier about how the existing street trees along Monroe Street really aren't thriving. We got some trees on the east side that are a little bit dwarfed, and then on the west side, there's a bunch of sidewalk heaving, causing trip and fall hazards, and really just not made for the space. So we're really taking advantage of this project to do it right this time. And what we've come up with is a Silva-Cell system. So what it is a underground system that really gives these trees a chance to connect their roots. So not only is it a tree in a container, now it's a network of trees with soil underneath that thrives throughout the sidewalk. The other component that really keys into this as well is the trench drain system. We have some drainage issues that kind of localized, it's flat. So to really fix those drainage issues, we're also doing a trench drain system that will feed into this Silva-Cell system. So solving drainage issues while also providing rainwater as an irrigation source to these trees. It's been proven successful in our neighbor to the north in Thomasville, and so we went and took some notes with them, learned their pros and cons, and really came up with this is a really good solution. They have it in their downtown with oak trees. So we thought it would be a perfect chance for this project to really do it right this time with our street trees.
And then so real quickly, I'm just going to go through a plan view of the 3 different blocks. This is a conceptual rendering of the segment from Jefferson to College Avenue. You can see the sidewalk widens on the western side, which is up at the top of the screen. Again, we've changed that angled parking to parallel and expanded the width of the sidewalk by approximately 8 feet. Then the next block, again, we're continuing that treatment. There is a portion here where we expect to not be able to fit in the trees. That's just the given constraints. And I'm sorry, I should have mentioned in the beginning, this is all state-owned roadway as well.
Yeah.
So this is the ongoing collaboration with the FDOT, and the funding that we're seeking is a partial funding. It is, dependent on FDOT to come forward with this as well. And then the last segment, again, is continuing that treatment of the trees and the sidewalk.
So here's some renderings that our consultant has put together. You can see before we're really have the angled parking, and we can really kind of push all of our pedestrians towards the building fronts. There's not as much of a space to have active spaces in front of these businesses. In the after condition, you really kind of see the lines showing that curb line coming into the roadway and really giving people some breathing room and focusing on the pedestrian in this corridor.
And if you could imagine, this space is Metro Deli. That was kind of what the model's been modeled after in that location.
So really giving them a chance to activate that space in front of their business. Again, just same rendering from a different angle. Again, you can kind of get that feeling of letting pedestrians breathe and have elbow room and walk down the street with a toddler next to them and not be stressed out by the constant cars next to them. So like Jenna said earlier, we are 90% design. So we have a very solid cost estimate. That cost estimate for construction cost is $5.5 million. That price tag may seem high, but it really accounts for the complexity of this project. We have the Silva-cell system, we have the trench drains, the sidewalks. We also are going to need to pay a premium just to construct this project. We have many meetings with Downtown Improvement Authority, businesses along the corridor, and it's always been stressed that they need to keep their businesses open and they need to construct around them. So that means specific timelines for construction, making sure that there's access during the construction, doing it in a block-by-block segment so it's not completely tearing up downtown at once. So all of those little intricacies of the project really add up to a $5.5 million price tag. We do have a grant for this project that we got through DOT. There's gave us about $400,000 for the landscape aspect of it. And we also are expecting $2.6 million from DOT as well because this is a state roadway. The additional funding would be to cover kind of these additional enhancements that we want to do downtown.
And just to kind of recap on that as well, so when this came before you earlier, the concept was that DOT is already going in and going to be, they're programmed, right?
Resurfacing the roadway.
Resurfacing the roadway. So this was an opportunity to come in and really enhance that pedestrian environment in combination with DOT, make it a better project than it would otherwise be.
So our timeline is we will get final permits. We've been having discussions with DOT, so we'll finalize those DOT permits, and we expect to be complete by the end of the year. If we have funding available, we will go to construction the following year after session is over. So our timeline is make sure that we start after session and end before session the next year. So really avoid any strains on those businesses downtown.
Wonderful. Wow.
Excellent. Commissioner Porter?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. One question about the tree. Is that a native species?
I believe it is. Yes.
Okay, great. And then I have one question, and I'm not sure who can answer it, but I was talking to someone about this project, and they mentioned how anyone who's been downtown has seen this, that the construction that's been ongoing downtown, I mean, there's plenty of parking spots that are out of use for the public already because people who are doing that work downtown are using them. They've got bags over them, we can't use them. And in the past, I was told, I mean, way in the past, like in the 90s, people had to park elsewhere and kind of carpool to work downtown. So I don't know who I'm addressing this to, but it's a problem that's been raised to me, and I wanted to just put this out there for follow-up so that we, if possible, avoid this problem. As you said, businesses worried about being affected, we're losing some parking spaces in doing this, and if you add that to the number of parking spaces that are off limits to the public and have been for years, for I'm not even sure what projects. So this isn't really directed at you. This is it just sort of reminded me of something that I've been meaning to bring up. Devin, I see you're shaking your head. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. I don't want to put you on the spot, but.
I'll take the spot.
Okay.
No,
No, with this one, I know that we are losing some parking spaces. I was on the DIA at the time that this all came through, so I've been involved with this from the very beginning. We've had a lot of those conversations downtown. And we do know that looking at some of these spaces, we're going to lose spaces, but we're going to give to the pedestrian realm by losing those spaces. But there may be opportunities in the future to add some more spaces in other areas that is starting to be explored now. So don't know when that'll come along. But yeah, the other thing is that I don't think Molly fully hit on it, but a lot of the construction will be done at night. That's still correct, right, Molly? Nighttime construction. So that way, at nighttime, once we get into business hours, we can open that stuff back up for all the businesses to be able to have their parking.
Thank you. And I'll just follow up with the city manager about my question about the existing parking spaces that are being held up. Thank you.
Sure. I got Commissioner Williams-Cox, the Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioner Matlow.
But we're hoping to build an 18-hour walkable downtown, right? So we're gonna have to lose some parking spaces, right? Because we want to make sure that we're walking and not driving. Right? So that I understand, there are some slanted parks that, are the slanted parks becoming parallel parks or, okay, you do know that they don't teach parallel parking anymore. So be ready for what might happen if you haven't already learned how to parallel park. So, but just, to that point, I've heard that that's what was going to be happening. And if there is a way to, identify places where we can do parking and maybe have some shuttles that will bring people around through downtown, so that will help people not want to drive in and around as we continue to grow downtown into an 18-hour walkable downtown. Because as we become walkable, that means that we're trying not to have cars in here and make it pedestrian friendly. And that's what these improvements look like they're doing, is making it pedestrian friendly.
Sure.
So thank you.
On point, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Porter.
If I could just clarify, my concern was not about losing any parking spaces. It was a totally separate question about something that's been ongoing, where we're having existing spaces inaccessible to the public because of private construction that's taking place that's using those spaces. Just want to clarify that. Thank you.
And Commissioner Porter, you're correct. I think the manager can help bring insight. I know that through our permitting process, if approved, they're given depending on the project, a space or two to be able to put the dumpster. It has been brought to my attention as well.
Yeah.
I don't know what the length of time is that for that.
I don't either.
On one hand, it's good. There's some redevelopment going on. On the other hand, you're right. It takes up some parking spaces. And there's been issues. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things. One of the things that we're going to have to do here in Tallahassee is retrain our drivers, because we are so accustomed to to parking right in front of the store and being able to get out and go in and do your thing and come out and leave. And I'm guilty of that as well. I try to get as close to where I'm going as possible. But again, we're going to have to retrain our drivers in that respect. But to provide opportunities for, I think as Commissioner Williams-Cox said, for trolleys. We've talked about downtown trolleys at one point, and we had them, and sometimes during session we've had them available. So that might be something that we want to take a look at. The other issue that was brought to my attention was if we're narrowing the street and making the parking parallel, is that going to cause a safety hazard for drivers getting out of the car once they are parked? Do you see what I'm saying?
So we definitely have areas for the ADA spaces. We have made accommodations to have that extra buffer space adjacent to the car to really give, well, is that ADA or the other? All of them. Okay, yeah, so the ADA space really does have a big wide area for people who need that additional space. The other spaces will be regular, I think 9-foot spaces. Okay. So it's,
So essentially it won't create any type of...
It'll be similar to the other side of the road.
Okay,
so, yes.
okay. All right, that was all that I had. And again, here we are building that 18-hour downtown that has been envisioned.
Walkable.
walkable downtown that has been envisioned for years. And I'm just so excited that I have had an opportunity to be a part of this for the years that I've been here and to work with my colleagues and staff. You all, the great work that you've done to bring this to the point that we've gotten. So thank you for that. And we look forward to the continued work to then get that walkability and people walking downtown for 18 hours like we've seen in places like Greenville, North Carolina, and even right up the road in Thomasville, Georgia, what they've done there. And so it's exciting. It's exciting to see and be a part of.
Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and glad to see this item. This has been a long time project, even from the DIA when we had the first version, and had to get all the businesses to weigh in and see where there would be pushback, and really come to a cohesive vision to really improve a tremendous improvement to downtown, probably the biggest improvement I've made since being on this board, particularly in a public space. So it's great to see it come to fruition. I learned to drive on a 1984 Chevrolet Caprice Classic station wagon, and I parallel parked it for the driver's test. Nailed it. So people can do it. Come on downtown. We got space for you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent. Wonderful presentation once again. Eric, Randy, we don't get to see you quite as much as everybody else, and I want to reiterate my comments earlier off topic. You're part of an amazing team that does tremendous work day in and day out, but specifically during storm season in times of everybody has a role to play, and y'all execute extremely well. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. I'm very excited about the project. To be honest with you, my own personal opinion, if I could wave the magic wand, I would take Monroe Street down to one lane each way, which studies have shown time and time again. It adds to the vibrancy of a downtown. It slows the traffic down. It actually helps move traffic through the downtown area as well, makes people more aware of their surroundings and would give us a bigger palette to be able to do some creative things. However, with what you have, y'all have done an amazing job. Couple quick questions. Who will be the lead governmental entity? Are we going to do it, or will the state be doing it? Are the state just contributing and we're doing the project, or vice versa?
We would be the lead entity. State would contribute, and we have a LAP program that would follow a LAP, local agency program agreement with them.
Excellent. And correct me if I'm wrong, the sidewalks are the property of the city of Tallahassee, not state, or are they state sidewalks?
They are state-owned sidewalks, but with this process, we are going to have a memorandum of agreement with the state, really defining each entity's maintenance responsibility. So it may be the state will be responsible for repairing the sidewalks, the city will be responsible for the tree system. So we'll iron that out really carefully in a memorandum of agreement.
Excellent. And may I make a suggestion?
Yes, sir.
We're going to have all the equipment out there. We're building new sidewalks as we expand. There's a lot of repairs that need to be made to pre-existing sidewalks in the area as well that we're talking about. So if there is an area that, we're not ripping up are we ripping up the entire thing from the building front out? So this will be addressed and taken care of?
Yes, sir.
Okay, excellent. I was confused. Thank you for the clarification. So moving forward, is it the state's responsibility for maintenance and repairs or the city's responsibility for maintenance and repairs?
For sidewalks, we plan on it being the state's responsibility.
Okay, excellent. When it comes to drainage, I know that we have a very big pressure point right in front of Nick's Toggery. If we get a couple of inches, that whole, I don't know if it's a downward slope, I don't know if it's just an old drain or whatever, but I am assuming that the new drainage system that we're putting in place is going to alleviate that flooding that we have there. And I am way in over my head about how to keep leaves and everything out. With the new replanting of the new, is it the same species or a different species?
Different species. It'll be the pond cypress. Part of the selection process was a big concern of leaf litter. And they would want to have the building fronts be seen. So the pond cypress, they drop all their leaves at once. And so it'll be a pain, but for once a year.
The ingenuity behind this is amazing. Most people don't think about this unless you have the business right in front of the storm drain. When you have trees that are shedding leaves year-round, and those leaves are getting into the stormwater system, clogging the system, which adds extra manpower for us to have to go outside of schedule to clean, but causes the flooding, addressing that with the new planting of a species that is not, that is a very smart move. Thank you, because I have heard more about the drainage system in that little corner in the flooding, and this is definitely going to take care of it. Personal comment, this is probably not going to be the most popular thing. I do not think we have a parking problem in downtown Tallahassee. I think that sometimes we get spoiled that we cannot park in front of the building that we want to walk into. We have a parking garage at Clayman Plaza. We have a parking garage on the other side of Monroe Street. We have surface parking up and down the chain of parks. We have parking in downtown Tallahassee. The problem is, especially when it gets warm, we do not care to park and have to walk 2 or 3 blocks. If you are in a major metropolitan area, we do not blink an eye at parking and having to walk 6 or 7 blocks to get to where we're going to. But here in Tallahassee, we get frustrated if we have to walk 1 or 2 blocks. So I am extremely comfortable with the new angle of the parking and going to parallel. It works on the other side of the street. Commissioner Matley, you bring up a good point. Or was it Commissioner Williams-Cox, is there enough room for pedestrians to get out and everything? I think with the design that they have, we're not going to have any problems. I have never heard of a problem on the other side of the street with the parallel parking. So I think it works. So I'm pleased to support the item as is. We do have a motion on the table. Mayor Pro Tem, did you make the motion?
I didn't, but I will.
Okay, if we don't have a motion.
Staff recommendation,
Okay.
option number 1.
Properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Passes unanimously 5-0. Thank you. Okay, colleagues, this is what we're going to do. It is 5:04 right now. I'm going to call for a quick 5-minute recess. We're going to come back in. If you need to take a break, please do it. So we are going to go to the public hearing on the budget. After the public hearing on the budget, we're going to come back to 9.01. It shall not take that long at all, and then we will take unagended speakers and go from there, okay? We're in recess, let's say until 5:15. For those of you that are here for the public hearing on the budget, we will begin at 5:15. Patience. For those of you that are here for the budget public hearing, may I please ask that you take your conversations outside so that we can get to the business of the CRA? Thank you. Okay, once again, thank you for your patience. We ran a little over and took a quick break. It's 5:20. I'm calling the public hearing to order. We have one item on our public hearing that is scheduled, 10.01, the adoption of the proposed fiscal year 2025 CRA operating and capital budget, which we'll get to in a second. By our procedures, when we are done with that scheduled public hearing, we will go back and we have one item left on general business, and that is 9.01. Once we take care of all the general business items, then we will go to unagended speakers, and we look forward to hearing from each and every one of you. So without further ado, Mr. Cox, we are on the public hearing, 10.01, the adoption of proposed fiscal year 25 CRA operating capital budget.
Thank you, sir. I'll give you a brief presentation on the budget, and then we'll be asking for your adoption of that budget. So this is the proposed budget for fiscal year 25. So again, we have 2 districts, our downtown district and our greater Frenchtown South Side. Here are a couple highlights of the proposed projects. Earlier today, you all approved the Osceola Streets sidewalk project. We have $1 million set aside for affordable housing, $500,000 for future neighborhood first plans, and the Bond Community Health Center that you all awarded earlier today, $160,000. For downtown, we have the South Monroe Streetscape project. We have an additional $1.5 million set aside for public infrastructure. And then we have the Corner Park for CK Steel and we have debt service that we are paying back for the loan that we received to build the Cascade Parking Garage. So this fiscal year coming up, the breakdown for the two districts is 28% for downtown, and Greater Frenchtown Southside is paying 72%. And that split is based on the total tax increment received. As you all know, Leon County no longer contributes to our downtown district, only for the Cascade project. So all of the funding for downtown is coming from either revenue or from city TIF. So for Greater Frenchtown Southside, what we are seeing is that we have $6.5 million in TIF. Prior year funding, we don't have any prior year funds available. We have about $144,000 in reserves, and then our parking revenue is $38,000. So as you can see, 97% of our revenue for Greater Frenchtown Southside is coming from our tax increment. So for our budget summary, when you combine our revenue, reserve funds and prior year, we're at $6.7 million. Personnel and operating expenses is $823,000, and then our capital commitments are $4.3 million. And again, those are all of our programs and projects that we are proposing or have been approved by you all. So that is all combined to that. So the funds that are available for future projects that are uncommitted are $1.5 million for fiscal year 25. And I'll move on to downtown. For our downtown, we're going to receive roughly $2.5 million in TIF. Prior year funds, $3.1 million. Reserves, $1.5. And then our parking revenue, $429,000. So we're doing fairly well. The tax increment is only about a third of our funding. We do have prior year funds, which would allow us to actually do some of the large infrastructure projects that you all approved earlier today. For our budget summary, when you combine prior year reserve funds as well as revenue, we're at $7.5 million. Personnel is $398, and the commitments are $6.6 million. So we'll have roughly $537,000 that is not attached to a project for future projects. So we have money available for both districts if there's a project that comes to us, but as of right now, this is where we stand with our budget. And today we are recommending, as far as staff, for you all to approve and adopt this budget.
All right. Do we have any public comment on the budget?
Your card on the budget, Mr. Michael Parker, name and address for the record, sir, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Michael Parker, welcome back.
Yeah.
It is great to see you. How long did you serve the CRA?
Well, when it was established in 1998 until about 2015, I believe. But I was involved with it from the very beginning. So, but it's a pleasure to be back up here with you. And
Thank you.
I was going to reflect on, talk on the budget for just a second. That 26 years ago, approximately, this body approved the resolution to create the redevelopment agency, and then we adopted the.
Sorry, Mr. Parker.
Oh, my name and
your name
Michael Parker, 6632 Chevy Way, Tallahassee, Florida.
And you have 3 minutes.
Okay, so when we adopted the CRA and then we created the trust fund in 2000, it started the clock ticking. And at the time, the state of the law at that time was CRA's life, they had to sunset in 30 years. So 2030 seemed like a long time away. And the state of the law has changed somewhat since then. And my understanding as of the current state of the plan for the for the Frenchtown Southside CRA is it's slated to sunset in 2038. That's not that far away. I would say that the $100,000 that this body approved for a loan to the CRA back in 1998 to do the redevelopment plan, which has generated probably in excess of $100 million in TIF revenue and probably several times that amount in private revenue, has been a good return on investment.
Correct.
So one of the things I was going to suggest is that with the remaining time that the CRA has, that it might want to consider the idea of an investment plan that would allow for the kinds of projects and funding that this body has done to outlive the life of the TIF. Because once that 38-year, those years expire, then all the revenue that's currently going to the CRA will go back to the city and the county. And there is a model out there for that the CRA already does. In fact, the CRA, the downtown district, owns the parking lot that's behind the Aloft Hotel, and it leases it to the Aloft, and it receives revenue from that. It receives revenue from parking facilities down on Gain Street. What I want to suggest that you might consider is looking at developing a strategic plan over the remaining life of the CRA to do strategic investments with some of the revenue that you're generating so that when the CRA does sunset, you could actually create a body that could basically take control of those assets so you could continue to actually provide these kinds of targeted investments in the areas that are currently under the jurisdiction of the CRA and both of the districts. And there is a model for this. I had the good fortune years ago of going along on some of the trips with some of the elected officials and community officials, and we visited other cities that had done amazing things in their communities. And one that always stuck out in my mind was Chattanooga. And if you have been to Chattanooga and you've seen their downtown, one of the things that always came up to me was that that property that's in there was actually donated by the city and by private industries in there to create the River Company, which is a nonprofit entity that then subsequently leases those properties. They did not sell them. They leased them to create a revenue stream that allows them to fund those continued operations. So I just consider this as you look at your budget, not necessarily maybe for this year, but as you consider your budget, it would be forward-thinking to go out and think about the future of the CRA after that. Thank you.
The next speaker on the budget.
No additional speakers on the budget, sir.
No additional speakers. Stephen, we take the slide deck back one slide to the. All right, so we have a proposed revenue budget of 7.5 million, 7.5 million, 90,000. Okay. Operating in personnel expenses, roughly 400,000. Capital commitments, 6.6 million. So unencumbered funds for fiscal year 2025 is roughly $537,000.
Yes, sir.
$537,000. Okay. Comments?
Just a quick question.
Sure.
The personnel operating expenses, does that include a 5%?
Yes, sir. Well, not 5%. I believe I think it was 4.2.
4.2?
Yes, sir. So that includes that. So if something different is agreed to by you all during the city budget, we will come back to you all and change that. We did the same thing this year, I think in January. We revised that based on a new number.
Right. Okay. That's what I wanted to make sure.
All right. Any other comments on the budget?
Move adoption of the budget as presented by staff.
Been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Williams Cox. Any further comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay. Do we have any other items on the agenda for the public hearing?
Not for the public hearing, no.
No other agenda items for the public hearing. We are back on 9.01, which is the adoption of the Tallahassee Community Redevelopment Agency project funding programs revisions.
Yes, sir. To set this up, right before Elise gets started, sorry, she needs the clicker. So we have worked over the past year to address some of the problems that we identified in our commercial assistance programs. And We've taken it to both the citizen groups, and this is a unified program that will be eligible for applicants from both districts. So again, Elise will present that to you all, and we are looking for your adoption of that. If it is adopted, it would start October 1, and all new applications would be under the new programs.
All right, thank you. So like Stephen said, we're going to go through these 3 new programs that we're presenting today. We'll go through a little overview of our current programs, the gaps that we identified in those programs, and then the 3 programs that we have come up with. So to start, the CRA currently has 3 categories of project funding. The small project funding program category has 2 programs, 1 for each district. The Greater Frenchtown Southside District has the BFIP program, and the Downtown District has the GRIF program. These 2 programs are similar in most regards, except there's a no match component to the BFIP, where the first $20,000 doesn't require an applicant match on their grant request, whereas GRIF does require a dollar-for-dollar match regardless of what that grant ask is. Both programs currently have a maximum grant award of $50,000, and funds can only be used for exterior improvements to the building or the property in which the building is sitting on. And then the second category is the medium project funding, which we've heard some projects come through today through that. That funding amount is for $50,001 up to $250,000. And then the third category is the large project funding, and that's for grant requests of more than $250,000. The application and guidelines for these 2 categories are the same for both districts. The funding can be used for interior and exterior improvements, and the applicant is expected to have a minimum of a 75% investment in the overall total project cost. So when we were reviewing these programs, we were looking for gaps that we had identified, common issues that we were experiencing as we were processing applications, and then also that prior applicants or potential applicants had expressed when navigating our programs. And the major gaps that we identified were that interior renovations were only eligible in the medium and large project funding. The dollar-for-dollar match was limited to small project funding and was also only eligible for the GFS district. The application process is really tedious if you just want to do a small-scale project such as exterior painting or a new sign. And then we didn't have a program with guidelines in an application for large-scale projects, specifically for new construction projects. And then the biggest one is that properties are required to have an estimated value of less than $2 million following completion of the improvements. So that was a big issue for the downtown district, since most of the buildings in downtown do have that estimated value of more than $2 million. So I know it's been a couple years since a GRIF project has come through for the downtown district. So after identifying these gaps, we reviewed project funding programs currently offered with almost every CRA across the street. So we really took a deep dive in what other CRAs are offering, what are some common programs that we're seeing across the board, what are some lessons that they've learned from their programs, so that we're not reinventing the wheel, but rather taking best practices and applying them to the Tallahassee CRA. So that's how we developed these new programs. We also worked closely with legal when developing these guidelines and applications, so to hopefully not run into future problems with them. And then we did present these to our citizen group several times, so they were involved in the process as we were creating those, received their comments and feedback. We made some adjustments based off of what we heard from them, and we did receive both of their recommendations at their last meetings for adoption of these programs. So what we are proposing, the first program is the Facade Assistance and Community Enhancement Program. We're calling this FACE. This was something that we saw being offered through many other CRAs. It's just a quick, simple application for small exterior improvements. The maximum grant award would be $10,000. It would be a dollar-for-dollar match unless it was a startup business, which we've defined as a business that's been in operation for 3 years or less. Those businesses may be eligible for no match funding. That was a recommendation that we received from the CAC and added that language in there after their comments were received. And then for this program, the eligible applicants would be property owners and tenants. The second program we're proposing is the Commercial Property Improvement Program. The acronym that we're using for this is CPIP. This is most similar to our current BFIP and GRIF programs, but it does allow for interior and exterior improvements. We increased the CRA contribution from $50,000 to $200,000 maximum per parcel. Again, with this one, eligible applicants are property owners and tenants. And we kept the $20,000 no match in there, but we added language that the applicants are only eligible to receive it if their total project cost is over $30,000. So I'm going to run through some examples with that, but the goal there is that there would be some applicant buy-in rather than the CRA just paying for a project in full. And then since this has been an issue in some prior applications, we added language that no improvements started or completed prior to application approval can be included in the total project cost and will not be eligible for reimbursement. So they're only eligible to receive reimbursement for improvements that are concluded after they receive approval for their grant request. So a couple examples just to go through that no match, just so there's no confusion on that. So example one, we have the property address of 850 City Hall Drive. The applicant is the property owner. They come to us in fiscal year 2025 with a project cost of $25,000. Because that's under the $30,000, they will not receive any no match dollars, and it'll require a dollar-for-dollar match. So they, as the applicant, are required to contribute $12,500 to receive a matching grant from the CRA. With that, the remaining eligible funds would be $187,500, and that still includes their $20,000 no match. So then they come back a year later. Their project cost is $100,000. Because they're over that $30,000, they're going to receive their $20,000 no match. So the applicant contributes $40,000, and they receive a $60,000 CRA grant, $28,000 of that which would be no match. And then their remaining balance is $127,500, all of which moving forward would require a dollar-for-dollar match. And then just one more example, 850 CRA Drive. The applicant now is the tenant. It's fiscal year 2025. Their improvement project cost is $50,000. It's over that $30,000 limit. So they contribute $15,000. They receive $35,000 from the CRA, $20,000 of which are no match dollars. So their eligible remaining funds are $165,000. All of which will require a dollar-for-dollar match moving forward. So they come back 4 years later, same applicant. It requires a dollar-for-dollar match. Their project cost is $330,000. They get $165,000 from the CRA. They contribute $165,000, and then they are no longer eligible for funding through this program. Because again, it's a $200,000 maximum per parcel. And then our last program is the new construction assistance program. This includes a variety of incentives and assistance for new construction projects. Assistance may be in the form of TIF reimbursement, grants, infrastructure improvements, or other assistance. This program, although it looks simple, it was probably the one that we spent the most time discussing because we had a hard time finding a existing program at another CRA or developing guidelines that would work for any type of new construction project that comes in. We were concerned that we would create something that would work maybe for a 1,000-square-foot convenience store, but not for a multi-million-dollar multi-use project. So with that, we decided the best way to move forward was to review each new construction project as a case-by-case basis and offer a variety of incentives that may work for different projects that come through. But we did create an application to help get that process started since we don't currently have that. So we have a list of documentation and information that needs to be submitted in order to start the formal application process. So that can help guide applicants a little bit where they don't need to come to us immediately with questions and concerns. They have some guidance on the website and an application to go ahead and get that started. So just a quick summary of these changes. We simplified the process for small-scale projects. We increased the CRA maximum grant award from $500,000 to $200,000 in that new CPIP program. We created an application with the checklist for the FACE and CPIP program to assist applicants when submitting a completed application. We created that checklist with some items that typically are not included in applications, just to ensure that we get a full, complete application package, and that might help eliminate the back and forth that takes some time to get the projects going. And then we did develop an application for larger new construction projects. So here today, if these programs are approved, they would begin in fiscal year '25. All eligible properties would have access to funding regardless of their prior CRA grant awards. And staff plans to hold at least one workshop between now and the start of the fiscal year to engage with the community, be available for any questions, launch these programs, let them know that the funding will be available, and just get the ball rolling on that. So today, we are recommending option 1, which is adoption of the 3 proposed project funding programs. That includes the FACE program, the CPIP, and the new construction assistance program. We are available if you have any questions.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item? All right, questions, direction? Commissioner Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit more to what the feedback was from the DRC and the CAC that you incorporated.
The DRC had some concerns with the new construction program not having a maximum CRA contribution like the current medium and large does, with the applicant being required to invest at least 25% into the project. So we re-added that language back into the new construction program, that is a minimum requirement from the applicant.
Is there a reason we had removed it?
Again, with this new construction program, we were just struggling with some of the language on eliminating a potential project because we had these guidelines in place that would work for one, but not necessarily the other. So we were taking the approach of more leaving it a little bit more open and just reviewing everything as a case-by-case basis and being the availability of CRA funds. So that was the reason for removing it, but it was a concern of theirs, and so we did go ahead and add that back in.
I also had some questions about the new construction assistance program. I'm a little unclear as to what we actually would be approving if we're approving it, because it says, you know, that we'd be offering a variety of incentives and assistance, different kinds of assistance for new construction projects, and I believe that's what the slide showed as well. And I know you listed some examples, but it seems a little bit too vague to me to know exactly what I'm approving, but you, please correct me if I'm wrong, you know, like grants, was there a cap on the amount of the grant other than just the 25% cap of total project cost?
Mr. Cox?
There isn't necessarily a maximum. It would be based on the project. So this would be for multifamily residential or some commercial building, office building, whatever it may be. So if your project is $5 million or if someone else's project is 1.5 million, we didn't want to set a limitation. Partly it's going to be if our assistance or our incentive would be TIF on a back end, so that could be spread out over a number of years, and we can, you know, negotiate how many years. Maybe it's only 3 years, maybe it's 7 years. We have that flexibility, so we didn't want to put a cap on it. But again, those projects would be coming to you all for approval. So again, your feedback and you know, we have that flexibility to say, look, the board was not comfortable with your request of 2 million, maybe 1.1 is more in line with what they're comfortable with. We have that flexibility, so it's not necessarily just based on what they're asking for, it's what we are more comfortable with providing the assistance. It's not going to be so, fixated on what is the gap, and, we want to make sure that they have buy-in on the project, but we're getting the elements that we want to. If it's affordable housing, if it's, rental opportunities, retail opportunities, those are going to be the incentives that we're going to be requiring to get our funds.
Okay, thank you. And what are the eligible interior improvements?
I don't know off the top of my head. There's a list of them in the program guidelines.
Would
But
they be the same then?
for the most part, it's anything that's fixed to the building. So it wouldn't be any type of furnishings, but as it currently is, anything that is fixed to the building.
Right.
And could you speak a little bit more to either you or Mr. Cox? I know you've identified certain gaps, but I was wondering if you could just paint a clearer picture of what specific problem these new programs are aiming to fix. Like, were a lot of people coming to us with projects that were ineligible and were falling through the cracks? Are we addressing that? I'm just wondering if you could give me a little bit more context.
Yes, I can, Commissioner. So when it comes to the GRIF program, what we were finding is that the intention behind the GRIF program was to try to convert office space into retail opportunities, restaurants, things like that. But the owners weren't seeing enough the incentive that we were providing was not adequate enough for them to renovate their space to try to bring in the retail. And that's what we were, coming across, and that's why we weren't receiving a lot of applications. We heard that feedback quite often from property owners. The incentive wasn't large enough for me to make that change. That's one example. But as Elise mentioned, there were comments indicating how long the process was, the amount of documentation we needed. And again, we wanted to be very careful before we, sent any money out the door that they had all of their documentation lined up, but it was quite often a back and forth because some people were better at getting this documentation together than others. So again, we're going to be working with them to try to help streamline that process when they do apply. And they're always available. We are always available for them to come and kind of talk about their project and then see how we can help them get it to completion.
Thank you. And how does this play into the conversation that we've had as a CRA board at our past few meetings about reconsidering the small interest loans that we had given in the past? Because these are all grants.
So
correct?
With the smaller scale, yes, they're grants. With new construction, we're open to having conversations about loans. It would depend on what they're asking for, the amount they're asking for, where their funding is. We do not want to be first. We want to be last. So a loan is a possibility, but it truly is a case-by-case basis to really look at their financials and determine if a loan is something that we actually want. And again, your property being in a CRA is the catalyst to start the process, but you're not guaranteed to receive funding. So again, if you want to build something that is not in alignment with, what we want to see in a particular part of town, well, you can do that, but we're not obligated to contribute our funding. So it gives us a little more, ability to say no or to push to get some of the elements in your project that we want to see if you want our money.
In these applications, people apply and then final approval is at your discretion up to?
For which one, I'm sorry?
Well,
For
the face one,
Yes, yes.
because that's a lower amount,
Right,
but
so
then
that
over a
would
certain
be-
threshold.
Correct. So that could be done at my level, and then we will give you all updates at subsequent meetings, both the citizen group meeting and the CRA board meeting on the projects that we approved. And again, that's why those projects are small scale, but also signs, lighting, awnings, things like that. So those can be acted on quickly, but they also aren't so large that it, if we move forward, it's it's a bad thing if when it comes to did we approve it. So again, there will be discretion on my part on if this is something that the board will feel comfortable with or not. But yes, that would be at my level.
And for any CPIP applications that are below a certain threshold, do you have that approval as well, or will they all come to the board?
CPIP and new construction, I envision coming to the board because it is it's similar to the BFIP, but I would say it's more in line with our medium and large. Because we're doing exterior and interior, it would be something that goes to the citizen group first and then you all. So again, it is a longer process because of how the meetings are lined up, but I feel more comfortable having those checks and balances in with those larger scale amounts of money.
Okay, thank you. I think my feelings are that obviously we're trying to strike the perfect balance between making these funds easily accessible to the people who need them and are going to make the best use of them. That process not being overly burdensome while also making sure that we are supporting businesses and individuals who are going to have success long-term and be able to complete the projects, and so that the city as a whole gets their return on their investment. So I think it's good. I appreciate a lot of these changes. My one concern, or I just really want to see us take a serious look at bringing back some of these low-interest loan programs, because it still is a lot of money that we're giving out as grants. And I know this doesn't preclude us from doing that, but I feel, I hesitate a little bit to support this right now when I feel like that conversation is still outstanding and was successful, and we have had trouble in the past before most of our time with some of these projects not getting finished, not being able to be complete for all kinds of reasons, and wanting to make sure that people have enough skin in the game, of course, to recoup that investment and just to feel the confidence that the projects are going to be successful, which most are. So those are my feelings.
Commissioner,
Sure.
if I may, I just, they passed me the actual document. For less, 25,000 or less, I do have that discretion.
Okay.
Above 25,000 would go to.
For all programs? Or just?
For CPIP, for FACE, because the max
Just
is.
inherently, it's
Right.
10,000, right?
Yes, ma'am. And
Okay.
again, we would update you all at the next meeting based on those.
Thank you.
Any other comment? Commissioner Maddox? Matlow, excuse me, Matlow.
He's not here anymore.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple questions. Well, first off, thank you for bringing this back. I know we had this conversation over a year ago, particularly the larger new construction there wasn't necessarily a front door. If you knew the CRA existed, you could pick up the phone and call them, but this would start for consideration at all, they'd fill in that application as this first step?
Yes.
Okay.
They can still call us and we can sit down and have a conversation with them, and they can determine if they want to move forward or not. We're always available for that. We have internally started looking at identifying property owners and reaching out to them and seeing if they are interested, especially in some of our major corridors, to see if they would like to take advantage of some of these programs. But they do have to be willing to do it. So we'll continue to do that. We've been doing that for the last year and a half, give or take. But yes, they can contact us and we can start having that conversation, let them know what they need to compile to move forward, and we can kind of go from there.
Okay. And do any of these programs, if they meet the check marks in the applications, require funding from the CRA?
Wait, I'm sorry, say it again?
None of these programs, just by nature of their existence or them filling out the application, requires it to be funded by the CRA?
No.
Okay.
No. If the smaller amounts will be determined by myself if they receive funding. Larger ones would definitely come to you all for final approval and, before any money is awarded to them.
Okay. And the one I have concern with, and I agree to move forward with it today, but where I could see us hitting is the interior improvements, particularly what the public purpose or the public interest of the improvements are. So I do think if it's a new retail shop or a new restaurant and they're bringing something new to the area that is open to the public and it would draw more people, that should be worthy of consideration. But just by nature of being in the district in an interior improvement, if you're doing HVAC renovations or you're just doing plumbing renovations and it's a private office that's not even open to the public, I think by the criteria, they could submit an application, but I do think, maybe they won't, but I think as these things come up, we might need to refine it to say this is actually what we're looking for, and interior improvements that really show the public benefit of us investing in them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent. Any other comment? All right, we have a motion on the table made by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Any further comment? We do have a motion on the table, don't we?
I don't.
No, sir, not yet.
But I'll make the motion.
Thank you. It's been a long couple of days.
He started to make a motion.
And then I raised my
Yeah,
hand.
it's been a long couple of days. Thanks for working with me, y'all.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
But I will second it.
All right, so we have a motion on the table now, formally made by the Mayor Pro Tem for staff recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Do we have any other agenda business to come before the CRA today in either one of the districts or jointly?
No, sir.
Any other business to come before us at the public hearing on the agenda?
No, sir.
Okay, we are now on unagended speakers. And first of all, I want to thank everybody who's out tonight. We got a large crowd for being here and hanging through that. We've had a lot to deal with, and we're here. So, as you can tell, we got a packed house. Folks, the way how it works is everybody's going to have the opportunity to speak. We'll be here as long as you need to. It is 3 minutes a person, and we will let you know when there's 30 seconds left. I'm asking each and one of you to work with me in this commission. Let's be respectful. Let's not shout out from the audience, one position or another. And let's be respectful for our colleagues and our friends that are here to speak as well. That way, we're going to be able to give everybody the opportunity to speak and be heard. What happens is that when we lose control in the room or we're a little bit disruptive, then I'm going to have to stop the meeting, pause it so we can calm down, so we can give everybody the due respect that they deserve when they speak. With that, let's get right to it. First of all, also, is there anyone here that is not to speak on the Railroad Square issue? Or is everyone here for Railroad Square?
That way.
Good. Good. So let's go ahead and start with the public comments.
All right, thank you very much. I believe our first speaker is virtual. There's two. I believe Miss Lily K. Boynton, followed behind Coca, Miss Kathleen Spihar. So with that, depending upon who is first, I don't even know if they can hear me yet.
If we're having trouble with the connection because of the volume of speakers, let's move forward. We can come back and check in after each speaker.
Okay, great, thank you. Then with that, I believe we would have Terry Galloway, followed behind Josh Johnson. Name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes. At the 30-second mark, I will say, please conclude your comments.
Your name and address for the record, you have 3 minutes.
Absolutely. Josh Johnson, 1406 Hayes Street, 32301. Thank you. Hello, my name is Josh Johnson. I am the president and CEO of the 621 Gallery, a nearly 50-year-old contemporary art gallery and venue space in the heart of Railroad Square. Inspiration is the highest form of human endeavor, and while that quote is equipped and complete with poetry, it is also substantial on its merit. We have not only managed to inspire and allow our community to be available to the highest parts of its imaginations, but we have contributed exponentially over the years to economic development, tourism, nonprofit sustainability, commerce, and we have acted as a small business incubator. We have managed to marry successfully the tangible and the intangible alike without divorcing our principles and our main priorities of community, consistency, and contribution. Each year, we bring thousands of residents and tourists, millions of dollars, hundreds of events, and countless smiles. I believe it would be a mistake to see art districts simply as neat places that decorate the fabric of municipalities. Instead, I believe they should be seen as economic engines that drive dollars and programming. I hope you agree, and if you do, you should know that your art district needs your help now. We need your help to reimagine what we have successfully done for decades, an urban art park that could be transformed into performing arts venues, visual arts venues, shops, eateries, a commerce boulevard with the flair and the care of the art community. In this moment, 4 things are true. We have maintained, we are viable, we can do this, and we need your help. In closing, I would like to say something that I took from an old union line and co-opted to make an art saying. Let your neighbors into your heart, especially if your neighbors are friends of art. And if your neighbor's a friend of art, then by God, your neighbor's the only friend you got. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please. We are televised, so I need you to use the microphone, please.
Before I say my 3 minutes, we were supposed to be in support of these 2 technical things. So just before I start, we are here because the K's want to sell 7 of the 8 acres of Railroad Square, possibly to student housing development, okay? So we're here now, this is what we are here to say, that we want an addition. This is what that was supposed to be, okay?
Please go ahead and.
Support of what they were saying about all of the economic development, about everything that we do.
Ms. Galloway.
So now my
Excellent.
3 minutes.
There.
Okay.
Name and address for the record, please.
I'm Terry Galloway. I live on the south side. I worked on the south side at Railroad Square as the artistic director for the Mickey Faust Club, a 38-year-old, all-volunteer, nonprofit community theater for our more atypical citizens. Now, several Faust festivals and productions have been beneficiaries of the CRA grant, so I want to thank you guys because we could not have done any of that without you, so thank you. So for 28 of Faust's 38 years, Railroad Square was our home until the tornadoes destroyed our building. Now, I knew the minute I saw the devastation of the square that it was in danger of being sold to student housing. And it made me sick to my stomach to think that we could lose the only place we could call an arts district in this city. A place the city itself advertises as one of Tallahassee's main tourist attractions. So this proposal isn't about helping the K's by buying the square. This is about helping the artists, the craftspeople, the small business people, and the visitors who brought the square to life. With our live performances, our workshops, festivals, celebrations, flea markets, bookstores, galleries, studios, and shops. Yes. We are the ones who attracted the students and the families and the tourists. We are the ones who lost our livelihoods when those tornadoes destroyed the buildings where we worked. And we tenants of the square know what Railroad Square has the potential to become, because that is what has always been our dream. That is what we have always been doing in the rough. And the people who visited the square, they know what it can become because they loved what it was, rough as it was, a joyous place where people of all ages, all abilities, all colors of the rainbow could gather together in art, fellowship, shopping, and fun, and all in a part of town.
Ms. Galloway, please conclude your comments. 30 seconds.
30 seconds, do I have 30 seconds? Yes, okay, some people still call the wrong side of the tracks. We love that side of the tracks. We love being there. We want to show it off. We want it to thrive. The purpose of the Urban Art Park is anchored by the performing and live arts, innovatively accessible, beautifully revitalized, economically thriving, and owned by us all. Please.
Please. Our next speaker, please.
CRC put this on the agenda for the CRA. Please help us.
Our next speaker, please.
Oh,
Next speaker,
selfie.
next speaker we have is,
Okay. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, please, I'm asking you to please work with me because we have over an hour and a half worth of public comment that everybody wants to speak. And so we're going to be able to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to speak, okay?
Okay.
Our next speaker, please.
thank you, Mr. Stanley Sims, followed behind Mr. Richard Manasco.
Where are we on our technical connection by chance?
They are still working on it, but what I'm
My name is
asking for
Stanley
to get a
Sims.
phone
I'm at
number,
third.
and we'll
Hold on.
call them, and I'll let them speak on speaker. We've done that before. If they can't get them online, I'm going to get a phone number and just have them to speak through.
Do they have a presentation?
Not sure. I don't think so.
Okay. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Stanley Sims. I'm here with my family from the Art Center. We are here because, number one, Mr. Mayor, I have never seen you so conjovial. And I was just telling all of my friends, y'all come on down. The mayor has a new attitude. He's treating everybody nice.
Okay.
And this is the time to get some things done. The Arts Railroad Square. There's not another one. So if you close this one, you can't say go to the other one. But here's the question that I would like to ask everyone. What if the art district would have been on the side of Gaines Street, just a little closer, on the other side of the street to FSU? Will we have a little bit more clout like Doak Campbell Stadium had when they got $26 million? Oh, well, maybe if we put a beer distillery at the Art Center, and if we can get someone who could give us a grant for $1.8 million, it'll buy a beer distillery and save the Art Center. So what is my point? We have done some weird things with government money, and time to stop acting weird now, am I right? So let's keep the weird coming and save our art center. We spent, over your objection, Mr. Mayor, to keep some things that we love in our community that we feel are culturally sensitive to us, that we love, that you may not see value in investing government money in. For example, you remember, is it the Robertson store over there? Yeah, we paid a lot of money for that store. We paid a lot of money to keep that store because it is important to our community. That's not your tax dollars.
30 seconds.
Our tax dollars. And I'm going to give up my other 20. Thank you all for standing for me.
Our next speaker, please.
Mr. Richard Manasco, followed behind Summer Callahan. Name
Thank
and
you.
address for the record. You
Name
have
and
3
address for the
minutes.
record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Richard Manasco, 5874 Halleck Court, Tallahassee, Florida, 32312. Yeehaw, didn't get the memo about the black shirts. I'm one of the few people in town that own their own building inside of Railroad Square, 7,000 square feet, flipping great pinball. The roof got ripped off, got 5,000 feet of the roof put back on in a week, have 1,000 square feet just all tore up that I got to put back together. The building was bought by my dad in the 1980s, Willie Manasco. I'm stereo sales. You'll see my van parked around there. I've been in Tallahassee since I was 5 years old. Great place. Yeehaw Tallahassee, yeehaw Railroad Square, and yeehaw tornado. Just for the fun of it, you guys got any questions for me? I own a building with half of the roof missing. Well, a fifth of the roof missing. Cool. Please save the park. Please save my buildings. Please save my business. Please continue to shop at Stereo Sales. Go, guys. Make this thing happen. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Summer Callahan, followed behind Samantha Sumler.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Summer Callahan, and my address is 6846 Donerail Trail, Tallahassee, Florida, 32309. And I'm reading a letter from Tangela Lofton, and it reads, as the Regional Director of Small Business Development Center at FAMU and owner of the Juice Bar Miami, I'm thrilled to express our unwavering support for the revitalization of Railroad Square Art District. This vibrant area has long been a cultural hub, showcasing creativity, diversity, and community spirit. The revitalization efforts not only promise to enhance the aesthetic appeal of the district, but also aim to foster a sense of belonging and pride among residents and visitors alike. We recognize that art and culture play a crucial role in community development and economic growth. By investing in Railroad Square Art District, we are not just preserving its rich artistic heritage, but also creating opportunities for local artists, entrepreneurs, and small businesses to thrive. This initiative aligns perfectly with our mission at Juice Bar to promote wellness, creativity, and community engagement. I am excited about the potential for collaboration with local artists and organizations, and I look forward to being an active participant in the revitalization process. Together, we can cultivate a dynamic environment that celebrates the arts, encourages innovation, and inspires future generations. Let us all embrace this opportunity to breathe new life into the Railroad Square Art District, ensuring it remains a vibrant and cherished part of our community for years to come. We ask you to add an agenda item to the September 9th CAC meeting and the October 17th CRA meeting with plans and funding scenarios for the revitalization of your historic arts district. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Samantha Sumler, followed behind Jeffrey Hawkins.
Name and address for the record, please.
Name is Samantha Sumler, 2906 Woodridge Drive. I am from Coca, but tonight I will be speaking a letter of support from Laura Johnson from the Southern Shakespeare Company to support adding the revitalization of Railroad Square to the September 9th CAC agenda and the 1017 CRA agenda. These are Laura's words. As the founding executive director and current development director for the Southern Shakespeare Company, I would like to express my full support for the revitalization of the Railroad Square Art District. For as long as I have been part of the arts community, this area has attracted residents and visitors alike. It has, for its long history, brought people together, fostering and celebrating a sense of community and belonging. It is a cultural hub showcasing creativity, diversity, and, as you see before you today, community spirit. The revitalization will serve to beautify and animate, provide employment, complement adjacent business, enhance property value, and contribute to a creative and innovative environment. It goes without saying that arts and culture are a significant part of community development and economic growth, and they play a key role in enhancing the overall quality of life and sustaining the heritage and identity of this area. An investment in the Railroad Square Arts District is an investment in the future of our community, creating opportunities for local artists, entrepreneurs, and small businesses to thrive for generations to come. We look forward to supporting this revitalization process in all aspects. In community, Laura W. Johnson, the Development Director of Southern Shakespeare Company. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Jeffrey Hawkins, followed behind Celeste Ivory. Name and address for the record, 3 minutes.
Name and address for the record.
My name is
Thank you.
Jeffrey Hawkins, and my address is 91208 Old Hudson Lane. I used to work for the City of Tallahassee about 35 years. In the underground utility, water, gas, and sewer division. What I'm here for is the guys I work with, Lonnie Rackley, Ronald Dickey Jr., and myself, a minority foreman, underground utilities. They separate, we have racism, segregation, and everything in that department. The first time I was trying to make contact, I didn't have understanding about proper term where the committee can't speak to regular employees. I'm not sure of the legal name of it. But when I was there, I filed a grievance for racist practices. I've talked to the HR department. They did investigation. What I did is send some of these paperwork to your assistants. Some of you may have got it. And it explains to you that you cannot discriminate against a person because of the area they work in. So in the investigation, my administration intentionally misled people in HR. Intentionally. Say we wasn't working for them, we were working for them in the field. Don't sit behind the desk. We are the very first responders. I've got some letters from you all that's been there for a while. When hurricane hit, I think it was Michael hit Panama City, that me and my crew was the first crews to be down there. There's about 4 of us. You may even know one guy named Henry Murphy. He went to the city management course and finished it. Real smart guy. Just what I was trying to do for these guys that need help, our administration have been playing game with us for a long time. And this is an official report, if you'd like to see it, but it was on your desk, about things that was going on. And each and every time they have a meeting, these guys have never been reclassified or upgraded.
30 seconds, Mr. Hawkins, if you will conclude your comments.
Yes, I would like to read your report, talk to the mayor, but I'm a citizen now. When citizens outside of this apply for these jobs, a lot of times the management you hire and they people and kin folks. One guy in particular that's been there for a while, his name is Tim Potter, and even old Mike Tadros. When we do interviews, we were told you got to hire these people. And if you, Tim Potter guys.
Mr. Hawkins,
Thank you.
your time has expired.
Mr. Hawkins, this seems to be a separate issue. This is a City of Tallahassee issue, not a CRA issue. Nonetheless, the city attorney, Amy Tomans, is sitting in the back of the room right there. Amy, I'm going to ask that you follow up Mr. Hawkins immediately, and then bring us up to speed, okay?
The lady in the back?
Yes, sir, right there.
I can speak with her today?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah, city attorney right there. Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Celeste Ivory, 3 minutes, name and address for the record, and then behind that, we're going to try to call Ms. Lily K. Boynton on speaker here.
Okay.
Thank you. My name is Celeste Ivory. I'm the academic program manager and adjunct professor at Florida State University. My address is 611 Ingleside Avenue, Tallahassee, Florida, 32303. I would like to share and submit a letter prepared by Professor Jeff Beekman, chairperson of Florida State University's Department of Art, and signed by 54 Tallahassee arts educators from FSU, FAMU, TSC, and K through 12 institutions in support of revitalizing Railroad Square. May 10th, 2024 saw a series of deadly tornadoes tear through the center of Tallahassee, taking lives, destroying homes and businesses, and leaving millions of dollars of damages in their path. One of the areas significantly impacted was Railroad Square, the 10-acre World War II era industrial warehouse park turned arts district, which has been an epicenter of art and community activity in Tallahassee for the past 50 years. Railroad Square's First Friday events have come to represent an incredibly popular, vibrant, and safe monthly event for people of all ages and diverse backgrounds to enjoy the visual and performing arts. Railroad Square's position is unique in the region as an incubator for the arts and home to many small businesses, and it's important to the cultural life of Tallahassee is hard to overstate. Adam and Lily Kay, the private owners of 95% of Railroad Square, have been dedicated to cultivating the art district for the past 20 years. Given the extensive tornado damage to the area, they have publicly stated they are unable to continue managing it in its current form. They're reluctantly considering the private sale of many parcels, but are offering local government a time-limited first right of refusal to purchase the bulk of Railroad Square property for use as a revitalized arts and creative district. If a significant portion of the arts district is not acquired by the public or nonprofit sectors, we will lose an opportunity to redevelop this highly desirable site into a thriving arts and cultural asset that would benefit the entire community. Revitalizing Railroad Square, our primary arts and cultural district, has the power to improve the quality of life for Tallahassee residents and serves as an excellent economic development strategy for fostering local talent, supporting local and minority-owned businesses, attracting tourism to local events, and elevating surrounding neighborhoods. We, the undersigned, 54 educators, also recognize that Railroad Square serves as a vital hub of connection and incubation between our institutions, our students, and the larger Tallahassee community and region. For these reasons, we call upon the local government to work with the Council on Culture and the Arts, existing Railroad Square residents, and other stakeholders in Tallahassee's visual and performing arts communities in pursuit of rebuilding and revitalizing the Railroad Square Arts District. Revitalization is a game changer and...
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. Revitalization is game changer, and scenarios for Railroad Square need to be heard, especially by the CAC for guidance and input. I ask you to direct your staff to an agenda item to the September 9th CAC meeting, followed by an agenda item on the October 17th CRA meeting with plans for
Thank you.
funding and scenarios.
Thank you.
For your consideration.
Our next speaker, please, Mr. Mayor. Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I was going to suggest, I mean, given that we have an overabundance of support for Railroad Square, I'm a supporter of Railroad Square. I think we're kind of hearing the same thing over and over. I would be willing to make a motion at this point to have this item sent to the CAC.
Can we hear for, I think Lily Kay is
Okay, sure,
one of the co-owners who is lined up next.
And I think they're still having technical issues with that, so I'll just continue through the cards here.
Second.
They're still having issues with the system, so I'll just,
Thought you said we were going to get her by phone.
well, she said they were gonna, that it was working and now it's not working.
But if individuals want to continue to speak, I'm okay with that. I have a free evening and I'm prepared to do that, but
It was working and it's not working.
But if we, I mean, if we want to save you all the time of being here, I'm more than ready at this point to make a motion to. Okay.
Hold on just a second. Is there anyone that wants to still retain their right to speak?
Of course.
Of course, we'll give you the opportunity to speak. I see one hand in the back.
2, 3, 4.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm going
okay.
to ask those of you that do want to speak, because now the cards are going to get jumbled.
Right.
Okay? If we could just, I don't know, make room, make a line, I don't know. Let's do this, but come on up, and I hear what you're saying.
Just call the names and they can just wave the support.
That's what he,
The ones that don't want to speak.
I gotta
Yeah.
listen to the mayor.
Look at this man.
Right.
Okay. For the record,
Standing still.
I need some guidance here from the city attorney as well, make sure that we're doing this appropriately. Here's what I'd like to do. We're going to go through the list very quickly. If you waive your time, simply say waive your time. But we need to get this into the record since you filled out a form.
Yeah, Yes. yeah.
Does that make sense? So, Madam Clerk. Right, and if you want to speak and we call your name, come on up. Dr. K, if you can just be patient with us for just a second, that'd be great.
Call the names?
Go through the list.
All right. Rebecca Metcalf.
Wave.
Okay.
Beth Wright.
Wave.
Kim McShane.
Kim McShane? Please. You have 3 minutes.
30
Yes, name and address for the record, please.
My name is Kim McShane. I live at 1400 Jackson Street, Tallahassee, Florida, 32303. I'm here on behalf of all of Railroad Square, but especially the Tallahassee Film Festival. I used to work writing the grant proposals for the CRA. I have also sat on the CRA grant approval board. And I have lived in this community for 30 years. And I am deeply entrenched in the arts community here. And I would like to see something in our town other than football. That's just me. And now, I don't have to read this whole letter from the Tallahassee Film Festival. I think you guys get the gist. We've had events there. We love it there. We want to keep supporting. I mostly was just going to ask if we could, instead of having everyone, would it satisfy the group if we had a roll call of just the organizations that are represented here, like rather than have every individual come up and read their, it's like, can I just say Tallahassee Film Festival and somebody says Mickey Faust and somebody says, like, if we got a list of the gang.
By law, everybody filled out a card, so we need to make sure the record accurately reflects.
Yes.
Right. But I was just saying, I was just thinking along.
Yeah, we understand.
Anyway, okay, I'll read this letter. I don't care. Sure.
Okay.
Let's do it. We at the Tallahassee Film Festival have for many years now endeavored to make Railroad Square Arts District a home base for the annual festival, now in its 16th year. We bring filmmakers and visitors not only from around the state, but around the country and even internationally. We've worked with multiple venues and businesses within the Railroad Square footprint, including our longtime partner Cap City Video Lounge, 621 Gallery, the Mickey Faust Club, Proof Brewing when it was located there, and the Hyatt House. In addition, the festival has worked with adjacent venues and businesses, including All Saints Cinema, the Bark, Marriott Residence Inn, the Wilbury, and a former All Saints Hop Yard. To say that Railroad Square has been essential to our festival's vitality is a grand understatement. Its welcoming, funky, user-friendly mix of commerce and creativity is wholly unique within Tallahassee, a city whose cultural identity and colorful individuality is increasingly threatened and often at odds with waves of development and gentrification.
30 seconds, please conclude
Yep.
your comments.
Absolutely. Anyway, there were tornadoes, you know all that. Yep. Anyway, we would prefer not to lose Railroad Square to wholly commercial enterprises that could swallow up artist spaces and imaginative entrepreneurship for decades to come. The city of Tallahassee has an enormous amount, has art at its heart and its cultural life and heritage wrapped up in Railroad Square.
Thank you very
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hold on, guys.
Kevin Cole, followed behind Edward G. I don't know if that's Gaines or Jeans.
Name and address for the record, please.
Hey, Kevin Cole. My address is 133 Oak Street, Unit 14, Tallahassee, Florida, 32301. Please call before you ever come over. I appreciate that.
Can we get on?
All right, I have an epic speech. I'm going to try to get through it. Hey, gang, my name is Kevin Cole, and I run Cap City Video Lounge, Tallahassee's only video rental store and one-screen theater. Thank you. We've been in business for nearly 9 years, and for the last 6, we've been located right where we've always wanted to be, the heart of Tallahassee's creative community, the Railroad Square Art District. Surrounded by a colorful and eclectic mix of other one-of-a-kind local business, and the one space in our town where such places have a chance. Over the years, Cap City has generated a community of movie lovers, creatives, filmmakers, and dreamers, a safe place where everyone in our community feels welcomed and valued, where everyone is seen for who they are without question or judgment, a place for free thinkers and those wanting their voices heard and to hear the voices of others. Our business is an anomaly, a genuinely unique place built by so many selfless people that have contributed and believed in this vision. I look around at every other local business in the square that collectively makes up this singular one-of-a-kind hub, and I realize the Cap City Video Lounge story is not unique. The creators and local businesses that make up the Art District stand in stark contrast to the veritable cornucopia of high-end hotels and corporate fast food shacks. On any given First Friday, Cap City Video Lounge is absolutely slammed with wall-to-wall regulars and visitors, young to old. Their eyes, I see excitement, I see pure joy, and I see wonder. It's an opportunity to not only experience the stories kept and protected within our walls, but a chance to experience what the Art District is all about, fellowship. In a world where everything is available to us at the touch of a button and communication can take place oceans away over social media, when you come out to the Art District, you are treated to something incredibly rare these days. The chance to interact and connect with fellow human beings, to speak face to face, to shake hands, to experience the warmth of humanity. The Art District is Tallahassee. It's us. Cap City Video Lounge is a passion project. I still work a full-time job with the state, and I run our business on the nights and weekends. I keep Cap City Video Lounge open for no monetary gain of my own, but to give something meaningful back to our community. A community I love and cherish and want to see grow as one that supports not only the arts, but also believes in us, those of us that are giving everything we can to keep this community of misfits, artists, dreamers, and
30
creatives
seconds, Mr.
alive.
Cole.
A community that supports the freedom of expression, the power of imagination, the importance of culture, and is willing to give our community the space to dream. The Art District at Railroad Square is that place. Please, please save Railroad Square. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please. Our next speaker, please.
Edward.
Our next speaker, please.
You want me to yell? Okay, I'm sorry. Edward G., Ben Gunter, Freddie K., Gordon McGill. Maybe with the clapping and when I'm trying to say their names, I can't.
Yeah, if you all would hold
Yes.
down the clapping after speaking, then she can
Name and-
get...
Hi, my name is
Name and
Edward
address,
Kynes, 2117 West Indian Head Drive, Tallahassee, 32301. And I thank you, Mayor, and the commissioners for this moment. I'm here as a proud member of the Mickey Faust Community Theater, Tallahassee Parrothead Club, Neighbor to Neighbor in the Ninis, and my wife and I are committed Tallahassee citizens. We love Tallahassee. And the Railroad Square, you guys know the importance. It's the heartbeat. You guys earlier were talking about downtown improvement and making things better for everyone, but it needs a heartbeat. We're in an era that's dangerously, the United States is like homogenizing everything, and there's no feeling, there's no heartbeat, there's no love, and there's no compassion. Tallahassee doesn't have a beach. We don't have a theme park. We don't even really have an airport to say. But we have Railroad Square. We have the humanity. We have the love that brings people from everywhere, poor, rich, young, old, everyone together. We have this. It's in peril. It's in danger of being lost forever. We can't get it back. If student housing or a Walmart or whatever the hell goes there isn't Railroad Square, it's gone. And I've seen this, I mean, talk about South Florida, talk about Coconut Grove in Miami. That was that, it was vibrant, and it's become homogenized, and it's a ghost town now. Nothing happens there. Let's not do that here. I'm pleading for you guys and whoever it is that you can get to help in this regard to help. We're not going to get help from the state. They're cutting funding for the arts, and it's so important. So please, I beg you to just do everything you can to save Railroad Square. It's vital. It's really vital. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Ben? Ben Gunter, followed behind Freddie Kay, followed behind Gordon McGill, followed behind Jeffrey Mandel. Name and address for the
Okay.
record, 3 minutes.
Let's go 2 at a time.
Okay.
Kind of losing it. Dr. K, come on. Good to see you, sir. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Dr. Freddie Kay. I'm at 5281 Widefield Drive, and I want all of you to not tell my children I'm here, please. My children are Lily and Adam Kay. And in 1978, Nan Boynton, my wife, whose father in 1959 wasn't Railroad Square, it was a downtown industrial. The railroad went right through the park. Anyway, so 1978, Nan was the only one who answered an advertisement from FSU Art Department. We need studio space for our students. She was the only person, and she rented out a 10,000 square foot building, which housed 30 to 40 students, art students in Railroad Square. That's how Railroad Square became the art park. And from then on, and that was only 46 years ago. And so the question is, why should we maintain Railroad Square, keep it as it is, and even make it better? There's one major reason. I'm going to read it. The City of Alexandria, Virginia, bought an old torpedo factory building in 1969, repurposed it as an early example of creative placemaking. Today, Torpedo Factory is the nation's longest continually operating public art center in a converted industrial space, the home to the largest number of publicly accessible working artist studios in the United States. It houses 165 units. Railroad Square, until May 10th, until the tornado, housed 70 different units, and you all know what that's about. The vintage shops, the art studios, it was incredible. But imagine Alexandria, Virginia, 165. And then along came Asheville, North Carolina, has a river arts district, a funky vibe with over 300 artists working and exhibiting in their studios in old factory and riverfront buildings. Well, the buildings are landlord-owned, so privately owned, but the places in Alexandria are owned by the city. And the problem is when these people who are privately own these buildings in Asheville, when they decide to sell for whatever reason, it's going to become who knows what. So I'm saying to you all that we have an opportunity, you have an opportunity to buy and create and maintain Railroad Square Art District as it is, and look what these other places have accomplished. Why
Mr.
not
Kay,
us?
if you would, please conclude your comments.
It's concluded.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here, all of
Ben
you.
Gunter, followed behind Gordon McGill.
Come on, guys.
Ben Gunter, followed behind Gordon McGill.
Name and address, Ben.
My name is Ben Gunter. My address is 516 Miccosukee Road, Tallahassee, Florida, 32308. And I waived my time in promotion of the Mayor Pro Tem's excellent motion. That's exactly where we need to go. And thank you for that instruction.
Thank you, Dan.
Next speaker.
Are the online speakers ready now? Can we test it first? Or do you?
I'm here.
Okay. Name.
Can you hear me?
Name.
I'm here too.
For the record, and you have 3
This
minutes.
is Lily Kay.
Thank you. You can begin. Name and
Please
address. for the
start.
record.
Lily, you've got 3 minutes. Name and address.
Okay, Lily Kay, 661 Railroad Square. Good evening. I'm the co-owner of Railroad Square. No matter what your feelings are on this issue, this important opportunity is significant enough that it only makes sense to at least look into it. It only makes sense to research the options and the feasibility and to put this on the agenda for the next CAC and CRA meetings. We are willing to put other deals on hold until that time. Being concerned that there's not enough funding for other important projects is of course a valid concern. However, the research has not yet been done. We've only had one discussion with CRA staff so far. I do want to be clear that when we talk about this opportunity to control the future of Railroad Square, we're actually talking about a number of very different potential options. There are options with larger price tags and smaller price tags. There are seller financing options that would allow the investment to be made over time. There's public-private partnership options that we haven't even yet had the chance to inform you about. And there's even interest in Railroad Square from a nonprofit property management company out of South Florida that specializes in managing affordable artist studios and even providing marketing for them. There are real options out there that would allow you to not only make a smart real estate investment, but also serve as an economic driver for the Southside CRA in Tallahassee, particularly tourism. And the CRA doesn't have to be the property manager. This isn't about meeting the needs of artists or about the 1,100 people who have signed the petition on this over the last week, or the thousands that come to the city's longest-running monthly festival. This is about providing a hub for creative entrepreneurship within Southside Tallahassee, a hub that draws people of all walks of life and makes people want to shop locally and ensures that Tallahassee does not feel like anywhere USA. Forbes recognizes the value of Railroad Square. ESPN recognizes the value of Railroad Square. Visit Florida highlights Railroad Square. U.S. News and World Report lists Railroad Square as the #4 best thing to do in Tallahassee. And the Wynwood developers out of Miami have recognized the value of Railroad Square and come and met with us in the past. We hope our local government also recognizes the value of this 40 years in the making community asset, which also happens to be a stellar real estate investment. I hope you'll agree to at least let the research be done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Lily? Lily?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, you're recognized.
Commissioner Richardson here. Just wanted to let you know we're ahead of you. I've already made a motion that we refer this to the CAC for their recommendation at our
After public comment, I'm going to come back to you.
October meeting, I think it was.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. They cut my video off for a few minutes, so I apologize.
Yeah, that's okay.
Gordon McGill, and then we're going to try another online speaker, Kathleen Spihar.
Mr. McGill, would you like to speak or wave in favor?
Yes, I'd like to speak. Just
Great. Your name and address for the record.
Gordon McGill, 2106 Julie Naney, Indian Head Acres. I'm on the Indian Head Lehigh Board of Neighborhood Board of Directors, and I'd like to thank the city for the magnificent job of cleanup that after the tornado hit our neighborhood. I wrote a piece for the Tallahassee Democrat in the opinion column, and I have copies for anyone who would like one. But in that article, I said that after the tornado, as the ancient Chinese saying goes, in every crisis, there's an opportunity. And the opportunity is now to create something unique for the city and something that we will always value that has incredible equity building possibilities, as Lily has just said. A performing arts and cultural center would be something that would fill a great vacuum in this area. I did a little homework, and I found that in the United States, there are 314 performing arts centers. 17 of them are in Florida, and over 10 of them are public partnerships, either with the city and the county, or between the city or municipal organizations and banks, financial institutions, and private developers or private funders. I'm excited and delighted that Commissioner Richardson has proposed what he has, that
You almost
this will
said
go
Congressman,
on.
were you trying to give me a, you almost said Congressman, were you trying to give me a promotion?
Well, upward and upward, upward and onward. At any rate, the possibilities that if you take a look at what is going on in even small municipalities around the country with performing arts and cultural centers, the possibilities are myriad and incredibly exciting. It's just mind-blowing what is possible with very little and over time that can be developed. And I'm sure you can do it here. I'm with you all the way, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Jeffrey Mandel.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Jeff Mandel, 1641 Lake Ella Drive, 32303. Follow my hand, please. Birmingham, Mobile, Pensacola, Panama City, St. Pete, Tampa, Sarasota, Orlando, Gainesville, Jacksonville, Thomasville, Columbus, and Atlanta. Now, I've just described a sort of circle for you of 17.5 million people. What's smack in the middle of that circle? Yeah, Tallahassee. But what's also smack in the middle of that circle is a void, because every one of the cities I mentioned has a performing or cultural arts center, except us. What we had, Railroad Square, as we all know, was destroyed by tornadoes. But those tornadoes also created a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that must not be missed. We could have tourism, heads in beds, cultural exchanges, regional and national draw. We could have partnerships in the arts with these cities if we had a place to invite them to. What we have now, we have a lot of very good arts organizations here, but they're scattered and unconnected. People in other cities don't know about them. They don't come to visit them. They would, as they go to those cities, if we could have one unified presentation and say to the Southeast and to America, come down here, make a long weekend of it, stay in the hotels, take in a show, go to dinner, take in a concert, but come and spend a few days here. We've got enough to fill that time. Nobody knows that now. They know individual things, but they don't know that. We have a chance to be something much bigger than we ever were, not just to rebuild what the tornado destroyed, something much, much bigger. If we miss this opportunity, we won't have it again. Please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, please. Our next speaker, please.
Kathleen Spihar, she's online.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Name and address for the record, please.
Kathleen Spihar, Executive Director of COCA, 914 Railroad Avenue, 32310. Thank you so much to the CRA board for letting us share all of this information tonight. I want to thank everybody in the room for showing up, and I especially want to thank Commissioner Richardson for the beginning of his motion. So I'm just going to kind of add to everything that's been said so far, mainly focusing in on the Arts District component, because that's really key to this revitalization, because those arts districts do pay off. In addition to what's been shared, Miami, the Wynwood Arts District, there's a lot of facts and figures behind this. 6 million visitors, 590 million visitors spending, over 8,000 jobs. Naples, the same thing, where there's a robust amount of tax revenue that comes in, 147 million of economic impact, 2 million jobs. All these kinds of facts and figures I'm telling you about are in the last 2 years, too. So this includes recovery from the pandemic that was still part of that. And then if you're looking at a warehouse district like in Tucson, Arizona, when they the first 3 years of that warehouse district, they decreased vacancy by 50%, increased the new business by 20%, and had almost $12 million in sales tax. So there are some substantial financial benefits from investing in these arts districts on a long-term basis. So taking the revitalization and really looking at that arts district model. And obviously there isn't time to share all this today, but I would encourage us just to continue to make this revitalization game changer, really centered in arts and culture. And so I am asking if Commissioner Richardson can finish the rest of his motion, and that the rest of the commissioners join him to direct your staff to add an agenda item to the September 9th CAC meeting, followed by an agenda item on the October 17th CRA meeting with plans and funding scenarios. And thank you so much for the time today.
Our next speaker, please.
Alex O'Connell, followed behind Tahara Lee. Name and address for the record, 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Alex O'Connell. I live at 1175 Hopkins Road. Everybody has already said all the important stuff, so I just want to say that I have come back to Tallahassee as a 27-year-old person to work and establish my business here. I work in music, and I am very tired of people saying Tallahassee doesn't have a scene, because we're all here and we're all going to tell you way otherwise. We have film, we have art, we have music, and we have working professionals making that happen. A lot of them also working other jobs, probably under you guys. So I just want to remind you that we're your neighbors, and we are the thing that makes Tallahassee cool, and Tallahassee is cool. That being said, after the tornadoes, a space that was started by a lot of young folks called the Vault was destroyed. It is in one of the warehouses that fully collapsed. Many young musicians lost their music equipment in the blink of an eye. That stuff is really expensive, and so we held a fundraiser. At that fundraiser, we didn't make a ton of money. We made a couple $100s, and every little bit counts. But we also asked there 2 questions, and one of those was, why are the arts important, and what do you want to see in an arts district? There's a lot of things here that you guys can take a look at later if you're interested, but one of the things I want to mention, aside from lesbians and burlesque, we have the diversity of voices, we have alignment, and we want to see more local restaurants. So we're talking about business, we're talking about community, we're talking about people that might not find their space anywhere else or feel unsafe in a lot of other spaces. They have that in art and in the Railroad Square Arts District. Another question we asked, what are some of your fondest memories of Railroad Square? So I am just trying to be here to convey some of these things that are really important. I know I had my first date ever in Tallahassee was in Railroad Square back in the day as an 18-year-old. So, so some of your fondest memories in Railroad Square, seeing your first ever noise music show at 621 Gallery, some of the hardcore shows that Square Mug used to have, artists spray painted Galaxy canvas for them on a curb, the person who started SOFA in Railroad Square.
30
and
seconds.
They've met talented artists and writers here. Being able to meet some of the coolest queer people that someone has ever met. Meeting someone's ex-husband at the OG Bread and Roses, which is right outside of the Arts District, so I don't know if that counts. But walking around with friends and looking at all the different varieties of art and always feeling inspired. These are just a couple of the things that really matter. It's the personal experiences that make a city, and I want everybody to recognize the really, really cool things that Tallahassee does and the cool people here, and we need support from you guys to continue to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tahara Lee, Jenna Caruth. Tahara Lee, Tahara
Our
Caruth.
next speaker, please.
Tahara Lee, Jenna Caruth.
Harley? Not here. Next speaker.
Jenna Caruth, followed behind William Crowley.
Jennifer Roos? Okay.
Name and address for the record, 3 minutes.
It's Jenna Cruz, and the address is 1011 Browning Drive, Tallahassee, Florida, 32308.
Thank you, Ms. Cruz.
So I will significantly shorten what I had to say originally, but I think it's important to note that in this instance, a lack of action to invest in the space is a choice that will perhaps not intentionally, but practically undermine our community vitality, local wants and desires, and an investment in the future. And in the place of the beautiful community that has been built over the years, what will likely sit in its place is another student housing complex owned by a company uninterested in the future of Tallahassee as a whole. As an organization dedicated to community development and as public servants, it is a responsibility and an obligation to act in the best interest of its locals. You can see the turnout here, the engagement online, and the consistent community engagement with Railroad Square as an indication that there is a strong public desire for investment. While the arts and subsequently Railroad Square do generate monetary value, it is invaluable to the community. And thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you.
William
Our next
Crowley.
speaker, please.
William Crowley.
Name and address
Crowley.
for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Will Crowley. I'm a City of Tallahassee resident. I just want to say that, standing here amongst this scrappy group of underdogs as we fight for our art park to try and prevent it from being destroyed and turned into a bunch of soulless student housing buildings, I feel like I'm in an extra of a Muppets film. Phenomena. But unlike a Muppets film, there's no happy ending guaranteed. We don't know where this is going to end up. I have stood amongst crowds and cheered at initial positive votes. I've watched them say, yes, sure, we'll consider it, and everyone applaud, and then stop looking, stop pushing, stop coming to meetings. Affordable housing was one. We can't do that. They said, yes, we'll take a look at it today. Yes, we'll put your little ask on our agenda. But we got to bring this same crowd to the next meeting, and to the meeting after that, and to the ballot boxes. Because it's not enough to get to the table. We want to get in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Our name and address, the next speaker, please.
Brian Lebo, followed behind Nick Suttel.
Not here?
Nick Suttle. Am I saying that correct? Name and address for the record, 3 minutes, please.
Hello, Nick Suttel. I'm a Tallahassee resident. The democratization of technology is at a stage now where it's much easier for a small group of student-level people to create amazing products and services. One example is Palmer Luckey, who invented this current generation of VR headsets that we see today, sold his startup, which was a group of less than 10 people, to Facebook for $2.1 billion. And he created this headset in an RV outside his parents' house. Now, he wasn't paying rent, but his product wasn't necessarily for commercial locations at the time. I run a virtual reality arcade in Railroad Square. I'm a digital artist with a strong STEM background. Got an engineering degree from FSU in the mechanical engineering department. And since I've been in Railroad Square since 2021, I've realized the importance of adding the letter A for arts to the STEM acronym and to make STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, because the best engineers are extremely creative from what I've experienced. And I've done research on engineering campus at the Center for Advanced Power Systems. It was an amazing experience. I did research for the Navy, but wasn't too keen on designing electrical systems for battleships. Virtual reality was way more interesting to me for obvious reasons. And I was also in a room with no windows, not a whole lot of creativity, and not a whole lot of inspiration when I was in that environment. Ever since I've been at Railroad Square, it's been a complete 180. It's a very amazing atmosphere with a very strong community. I was there the day after the tornadoes, and it was one of the most amazing experiences to see everybody come together and help everybody out. I think that what we would be missing out on, another thing that we'd be missing out on if the majority of Railroad Square was sold to housing developers, is the next generation of STEAM entrepreneurs. What makes my startup work there and trying to investigate the best business model so that we can expand is having cheap rent. The rent I pay there is about half of what I would pay at a comparable location. And so that plus
30 seconds.
Plus the creative community has been what has kept me to stick around. So affordable housing, I don't know, I feel like Gain Street's almost overbuilt by now. I say what's more important is affordable commercial space for these entrepreneurs to be able to breed their ideas, work together in these cool collaborative spaces, and test their prototypes as quickly as possible in the market.
Thank you.
Sean
Our next
Stanley,
speaker.
followed behind Michael Faust.
Folks, we're having a hard time hearing up here. Please work with us.
Sean Stanley, followed behind Michael Faust. Name and address for the record, 3 minutes.
Like the speaker wave. Okay, sure. Your name and address for the record, please.
Sean Stanley, 3067 Hawks Landing Drive. I'm actually a resident of Leon County, but I've lived in Tallahassee all my life. One of the things that I haven't heard from anyone over here, we're talking about musicians, filmmakers, artists. I'm not any of those. I go to Railroad Square to just enjoy myself on a Friday night. It's a unique place in our history. I've lived in Tallahassee most of my life, and it's a very small community. We think of it as a large community, but it's really small. When I started my first job, we hired a bunch of college students, a lot of people that we're seeing over here. Probably about 80% of those stayed in Tallahassee. And it's because Tallahassee is a very unique place. And Railroad Square is part of our history. It's what makes Tallahassee unique and just a wonderful place to live. I go there just to watch, to sit there and see the shows, go to Mickey Faust or to 621, just all of the very unique stores that are there, the unique things that are going on. What you need to consider is not just all of the people who have jobs that they're trying to keep, but how much those jobs mean to everybody else in Tallahassee. How our unique communities can get together and find a place that we can enjoy, we can walk around. It's not a bar, it's not a restaurant, it's something that we can do. And that's one of the things I think that we need to also think about is just the regular Tallahassee citizen who goes, who basically enjoys this really unique place. Quite frankly, if we replaced it with affordable housing or whatever they want to put over there, we're going to lose a very important part of our history. Tallahassee will not be the same without Railroad Square.
Our next speaker, please.
Michael Faust. Name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes at the 30-second mark.
I'll keep it short. My name
This is our last and final speaker on non-agenda. We did receive a subsequent card, and she didn't want to speak on Railroad Square. This is the last speaker on Railroad Square.
Okay.
My name is Mike Faust, 2514 Old Bainbridge Road, Tallahassee, 32303. I'm like that guy. I'm not an artist. I'm not a musician. I can't do much, but I fucking love Tallahassee because of Railroad Square. And I got my very first piece of art there, and it started a lifelong love of collecting art and supporting things like that. I go to Artopia, like to go to the galleries. And it's a place you can bring your kids. My kids love it. It's a place you can bring your dogs. It's a place you can bring all your weirdo friends to just have a good Friday night. And I'd like to see it expand, see more of what everyone in this room wants. And that's just because when I look at my art on the wall, it makes me happy. And everybody's talking about numbers and revenue and rents, but these things are important for humans to get along, and to communicate with each other. So that's it. I wait the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Okay, we have Ms. Sherry Morris.
Sorry, one more time.
Ms. Sherry Morris, name and address for the
Sherry
record.
Morris.
You have 3 minutes.
Greetings, good evening. Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and all the commissioners.
Name and address for the record.
Sherry Morris, 2422 Pontiac Drive, Tallahassee, Florida. I understand that Florida love the trees in this state. It's a beautiful state. I love trees too. I love the shade. I love that they provide homes, for the birds and the other little animals. I enjoy that, I like that. But trees can get out of hand if they are overgrown. And the reason why I'm speaking about this is because when I was in the military, they told me stuff rolled downhill. So I'm gonna start with the male and let it roll downhill. When they become overgrown, they block the sidewalk, they block important signs, they block business names, and it makes it difficult to navigate when you're looking for something. You're looking for, I don't know, a place to eat or whatever, or a doctor's office or anything like that. Also, on Orange Avenue in particular, the trees, they need to be cut up. They need to be cut up so that when children are crossing the street, children like to dart out, and some grown folk too, but they like to dart out, and it makes it difficult for a driver to see a child coming into the street like that. So I just don't want it to turn into some great calamity that someone has to be mangled or killed before these trees get trimmed up. As far as the sidewalks are concerned, the trees limbs hang over into the sidewalk, which causes people to have to walk in the street and then get back on the sidewalk because they can't go through. Also, the electrical wires. Now, we all know about these hurricanes and tornadoes. This was my first one in May. Never had it. Snowstorm, great. Tornadoes, no. But the trees they become so overgrown that they are growing over the electrical wires in the neighborhoods. And that can really be a disaster if, it catches on fire. So when we have the overgrown trees and bushes, and then we have an electrical storm, that's going to set the block on fire. So I just wanted to make
30 seconds.
I just wanted to put that on record so that you all can be aware of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
One more speaker.
Our next speaker, please.
More than one, sorry. Maria White, Gabriella, I can't read the last name. Moore, there are more cards coming. Okay. Maria White, Gabrielle.
Hi, Maria White.
Name and address for the record, please.
Maria White. Do you need my address? 2020 Continental Avenue, apartment. I'm not going to say that. Well,
You don't have.
okay, cool. Yeah, just watch. So what you just watched was a part of my master's project at FSU, inspired by my shared ancestry with my mother, who is from Romania. This part of the piece was about slipping in between the cracks of two cultures I identify with. After my master's, I knew I wanted to pursue a PhD, and I made it one of my goals. Well, now I'm achieving my goal of getting my PhD in theater and performance research at FSU. I start on Monday. Without the support of Josh at 621 Gallery for giving me free rehearsal space and a free performance space to achieve my master's, I would have not been able to create a performance that would also help me achieve my long-term goal obtaining a PhD. To keep me dancing and dreaming in Railroad Square, please don't let your yes slip in between the cracks. Thanks.
Thank you.
Gabriella Isgar, followed behind E. Marie Sissel. Gabriella Isgar, followed behind Marie Sissel. Name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Gabrielle Isgar. My address is 1571 Stone Road. Hello, everybody. I'm a PhD candidate and also a Spanish instructor at Florida State. I've been teaching there for the past 7 years, and I came here as an undergraduate student 11 years ago. Railroad Square has always been awesome, but unfortunately, I feel like the drinking surrounding it has been what's been prioritized rather than the arts, and that's just kind of a general vibe around Tallahassee. Students don't know that there's anything to do but go to Potbellies and lose their minds on Friday nights or whatever. So we need to also let them know that there's an outlet outside of that and that there is something else to do and something really cool to see. And Railroad Square for me has always been kind of an escape, from rock climbing when TRG was there to going to the galleries or just going out on Fridays and, you know, hanging out by food trucks. It's just one of the only slow things that we can do in town. So I really hope that, you know, you guys do what you got to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
E. Marie Sissel. Name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes at 30-second mark. I'll say 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. E. Marie Sissel, 5425 Calder Drive, Tallahassee, Florida, 32317, and I am the last one speaking on Railroad Square. My name is E. Marie Sissel. I have been the executive director of Silmo Playhouse for over 10 years and an educator for 27. I also run several family-owned businesses. I teach musical theater at Renaissance Academy, a place where I truly feel my work is needed. I'm here today to discuss, as a person not born but raised here in Tallahassee, I even went to school with our handsome mayor up there, to discuss an incredible opportunity to protect and restore the historic Railroad Square Art District. Silmo Playhouse is a Black-owned theater without a permanent home, also embodies the very spirit of what CRA seeks to achieve. The arts literally saved my life. Literally saved my life. Although I grew up surrounded by music, it wasn't until I took a chance theater elective in college that my world truly changed. I now teach because I don't want kids to wait until they're in their 20s to find their passion and their purpose. To a place where they belong, Railroad Square could be that place. So let's seize this opportunity to ensure that Railroad Square remains a place where all voices, like mine, are heard, and that we can flourish and contribute to the cultural and economic future of Tallahassee. Thank you for hearing my words. Thank you again to Commissioner Richardson for starting the motion, and you can go ahead and finish with that.
Our next speaker.
I believe that's all the speakers that.
Have we missed anyone? Is there anyone here that has not had the opportunity to speak that is interested in speaking? Want to make sure we hear, but please come forward. And when you're done, if you wouldn't mind filling out a card to turn in. Oh, okay, great. Your name and address. For
my name is Brian Liebau. My address is 5108 Clare Castle Way. Simply 30 years ago, I moved to Tallahassee. It was a tough decision to make. I moved from New Jersey. Spend my time on the weekends in New York City because that was where fun, strange things happened. When I came to Tallahassee, it was either Tallahassee or Gainesville. And my girlfriend and I tried to make the decision on which city was for us. And it wasn't the football team that made the difference. It was the small places, the corners. Just like New York City isn't the mystique of Wall Street, it's the mystique of the small corners where people who are different make a difference in the world and in the city. Railroad Square, it's one of those places where whenever people come and visit me, I always make sure to show it to them. And they're always impressed. It's not something you see anywhere else. It's not a fancy art district. It's not the prettiest thing, but it's full of people with passion turn out here in huge numbers. And it's the little people who invest in that time and those spaces that make the difference. I mean, all these guys on this film crew, in the Tallahassee Film Society, there may be another Barry Jenkins amongst them. You never know where the attention you get is, but I will say that the big decisions that people make are based on the things that make us stand out, not the things that make us like somebody else. We can invest a lot of things to be like other cities in Florida, or we can invest in something that makes us unique. And it's a pretty cheap investment. It would be a horrible one overlook. Thank you.
Our next speaker.
No more.
Anybody else? All right. Name and address for the record, please.
Tyler Shore, 1921 Karen Lane. I just wanted to say super quick, 2 years ago, my fiance and I moved here to Tallahassee because of Railroad Square. It was by far and large the reason we moved here. It's a very special place. Thank you for adding it to the agenda. Really hope to see it move somewhere where we can protect it and keep it an awesome spot at Tallahassee forever. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, we're going to close the public hearing. We are now on the sharing of ideas. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I mentioned earlier, obviously we have a lot of community interest in preserving and protecting Railroad Square and the Art Park, and I'm there as well. My neighbor's sister, Betty Proctor, some of you all may know Betty. She provides opportunities for young people that are on the autism spectrum, and that captures my heart as a former school psychologist. So, and I tell you, when you mentioned Laura Johnson, that got me. Laura is a very good friend of mine. I'm just kidding, but she's a very good friend of mine. Our daughters were friends in high school, so when her name was mentioned with the Shakespeare Festival, that got me also. Laura's good people. But I'd like to move that we have this item referred to our Frenchtown Southside CRA Citizen Advisory Committee for consideration, and then they come back with a recommendation to the CRA board.
Second.
Okay, so there's a motion that we need to clarify in a second, because there was nothing technically presented. Are we talking about the acquisition? I am assuming we're talking about the acquisition of the K's land, not the acquisition of the park. Or are we talking about the acquisition of the park, or do you want to explore all of it, like any and all option?
Well, I know they did come to us, when I met with Adam, they came to us with 3 different recommendations and funding levels. And so that's what I'd like for us to consider, or for the CAC to consider, and then make a recommendation back.
Okay.
To the board.
Just a second, I got Commissioner Porter, then come back to you, Commissioner Williams-Cox. Commissioner Porter.
I was also going to say the same as Commissioner Richardson, as the seconded of the motion, that I would like to see all options on the table explored.
Right.
Okay. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to say as well, I appreciate all the passion in the room. But just like you have passion, we have all kinds of groups who come before us with their passion and their desire. So you must understand, we've got to kind of weigh this and do the best we can. Tonight, I did not hear a presentation of anything other than Save Railroad Square. I have met with Mr. K twice and consulted with staff, but we have not received anything formally. And as I said earlier today, seems like earlier tonight, that there is a process. And I said this to him when I met with him, that he needed to go to the Citizens Advisory Council before coming to us so that they can, put things in motion to actually weigh in. I also want to make this clear as well, that what happens to Railroad Square does not live and die on what this body does, because Mr. K has options that he could preserve this setup himself, or seek assistance somewhere else So I don't want it to sound like if the city doesn't do something, CRA doesn't do something, then it goes away, because as he told me, he has several options on the table. And if student housing ends up being there, that's because that is the decision, a business decision that he would have made. So I want to make sure that this gets placed in its proper place, because I don't want CRA to be blamed if something different happens, because he has to present, they have to present to our citizen advisory group so that they can vet it and make a recommendation. Someone mentioned the performing arts. And we had a performing arts project one time going into Railroad Square. You may not remember it, but TLH Arts was working with Mr. K to do a performing arts. Somehow that didn't work out. And so that's how we ended up with those dollars back over here that got used somewhere else for a concert that was supposed to take place that didn't occur. So I just want to make sure that we put it all in there and understand where we are. And even though it's going, I'm going to support the motion for it to go to the Citizen Advisory Council for them to make a presentation, because we didn't get a presentation here tonight. Thank you all for being here to speak on their behalf. And I know that he met with many of you and sent you here, because I've received phone calls from some folks who told me that he met with them. So I appreciate you all being here and being community activists. I'm a community activist as well, and I have passions as well. But here we've got to make sure that we balance it and look at it even keel, because if another arts group comes in and says to us, well, you came in and you saved Railroad Square, now we need you to save what's happening over on our side of town. We've just got to be very careful of that. And so we have to send it through the process to make sure that we're consistent, that we're fair, and that we're equal in all of this, because these are not my dollars. These are our dollars, all 200,000 residents of the city of Tallahassee. And so we've got to be good stewards of it. I support the motion, but I think it needs to be said on the record that the Ks have to go and present something to be vetted, to be acted upon, other than all of our pure emotion and our talent and our skill that I saw on display here tonight. So thank you all so very much for coming and doing what you do, but we've got to go through this process.
Commissioner Porter.
I just wanted to clarify, my understanding was that's what this motion does is, yeah, I mean, I wasn't expecting a presentation tonight either. I was expecting that it's a lot of staff time and time from the Ks to enter into this if there's no signal from us that there's an interest. So my understanding is that's what's to come and what the motion supports, correct? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think that was my understanding as well. I think, from my understanding, the Ks don't have a proposal. They have an offer of first right of refusal for the city or the CRA to acquire very valuable land in the heart of our city. So they're not asking for us to go into any type of partnership with them or give them, to do a development that they want to do. They're just offering, do you want to save the art district? And if the public wants to step up and do that, there's an opportunity before they look at other opportunities. I think that's a worthy conversation. I don't think we could put a dollar amount on the value of a place like Railroad Square. I mean, we see it in the amount of people that lives have been changed just by going there. I think it's, where Blockbuster has failed, Capital City Video Lounge has succeeded. And I think that's a testament to unique commercial space that we don't see anywhere else. As a business owner, I started a business in an old warehouse on Gain Street when things were still affordable. And what we're seeing is there's nowhere in the city where you can rent 600 square feet or a small enough space to really start something new, or a large enough space that requires space at general market rates. And part of that is because the buildings have been there so long that they're paid off. Part of that space is they are old warehouses and they are in disrepair, but all of those things together have created an environment where entrepreneurs can thrive. And it's not just artists and entrepreneurs, it's the entire community. If you go to Railroad Square on First Friday, you'll see hundreds, if not thousands, of teenagers. It gives people a place to go to engage in safe activities. We hear it all the time from young people. We need more places to go to do something productive as we try to combat people getting involved in doing crime or whatever alternatives are out there when we don't have active community spaces for people to gather. I think aside from the economic impact of something like Railroad Square, just the arts in general, when we look at the quality of life it creates for the people who live in Tallahassee, when we look at the improved mental health of people in our community when they engage in the arts, when we look at just overall happiness, it goes back to the arts. And I think everybody has been touched by the arts, music, performance, whatever medium in one way or another. I think about, I didn't have a great relationship with my father. He was an alcoholic. I didn't see him most of my life, but when I was a kid, I remember he really loved the band Meatloaf. Not just I Would Do Anything for Love, but every album Meatloaf ever put out. It's one of the only memories I have of him as a kid. And he ended up with cirrhosis of the liver. He ended up in hospice care in Madison. And I remember I got a call that it might be his last day. And I drove out there and I saw my dad, and the only thing I could think to do was whip out my phone and play Meatloaf. And we listened to this song. The lyrics said, "If life is just a highway, then the soul is just a car." And at the end of the song, he had passed away. And I just think about how meaningful that song and music and the arts was for me and got me through that moment of my life. And I just ask us all to think about that moment in your own life when the arts got you through a difficult time. And where would you be if that artist didn't get a start in a place like Railroad Square? Where would you be if you lived in a community that didn't foster the arts to allow that type of creative expression? So I don't know what the ask will be. I don't know the dollar amount, but I do believe in community, and I believe if we all work together, we can save the Arts District.
Great. It has been a great night. It has been a long night. I appreciate everybody sticking around. It is 7:30. There is a motion on the table made by the Mayor Pro Tem to send this agenda item for review by staff and placed on the agenda of the Citizens Advisory Committee, seconded by Commissioner Porter. I'm going to respectfully not support the motion on the table for reasons I have made clear to the K family. I just don't think this is a business transaction that the CRA should be involved in solely. And without any other option on the table, it is not one, well, actually, with no option on the table yet, but even their ideas have been expressed. It's not something I want to pursue. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, aye. Motion passes 4-1 with the mayor in dissent. Thank you all very much for coming out this evening.
Mr. Mayor.
Hold on. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, you still have the floor under the sharing of ideas, or were you on point, Commissioner Williams-Cox? Commissioner Williams-Cox, were you on point about the motion?
No.
Okay.
Different.
So you still have the sharing of ideas if you have anything else?
Oh, I don't have anything.
Okay. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This question is for Mr. Cox, and we've talked about this in briefing. I want to come and put it on record. We awarded some TDT dollars to follow the process, did everything we were supposed to do. Someone received funding and planned to have a community concert. 2 attempts, it did not happen. I think that our citizens deserve to know what happened here, and I think that we need to pursue whatever we need to do to either recoup or penalize or charge or whatever it is that we need to do, because what has happened is it has caused in the community great confusion because folks want to know why are CRA dollars used for that, and I'm trying to explain that these were performing art dollars that had they been used like they were supposed to be used, we would have had a performing arts center in Railroad Square, but that didn't happen. And so these dollars then were parsed out to 3 different entities, and this particular entity was supposed to do some things and did not do them. And from what I understand from our briefing, she does not have any of the money. Took some of the money and paid for a summer camp that was not authorized, paid herself, and I don't know what happened to the rest, but the artists are saying that they did not receive this money, and we have a local artist who has been damaged reputation-wise, mentally, because they were preparing for a solo show, and this did not happen. We had artists in the air flying to Tallahassee to perform, and I'm being told that hotels have not been paid. It's a bad situation. And we need to find out, get to the bottom of what can be done. And at a minimum, this person should not be allowed to be awarded any public funding from this entity or anyone else having done something like this. So I'm very upset by that because we went through a lot to make this happen. And we did everything we were supposed to do, but it's looking, it's making us look bad as well. So we've got to do something. So I'm looking at you, Mr. Cox, looking at you, Mr. Attorney. What can be done?
Let me have the attorney weigh in first. Mr. Norvell.
So, Commissioner, you're correct. So there was a grant award here. The grant had conditions. There was an obligation to put on the Funk and Blues event. We've met with the representative of the applicant. As you described, by her description, the money has been spent. Some of it seems like it was diverted for an unauthorized purpose, and we are exploring all legal options and remedies. And City Attorney's Office is prepared to file suit in a civil action, and we are exploring the prospect of potential criminal consequences as well. Okay.
Might I suggest, if anything, an update at the next CRA meeting?
Absolutely.
Based upon the ongoing research being done by the Attorney's Office, the Executive Director, in any law enforcement that might be involved as well.
I would appreciate that. I needed this to be on record so that the community can see that we're not taking this line down. This was very serious. These were public dollars that were supposed to be for a entertainment, performing arts, artsy kind of thing, not for infrastructure, not for housing, but they were specifically for this purpose. And so I wanted to make sure that we educate the community on how it happened, why it happened, and that we didn't do anything irregular in doing this. And so thank you, that we can get an update at the next meeting and see where we go from there.
On point.
On point. Thank you,
Mayor
Mr. Mayor. And Commissioner Williams-Cox may have mentioned this, but it was erroneously reported that they were CRA dollars that were spent. The CRA was the fiscal agent, but the dollars were tourist development tax dollars that were inappropriately spent. I just wanted to make that clarification, because that has appeared in media publications around the city. They were not CRA dollars. We did not award those dollars to that organization, but they were TDT dollars that were awarded to them.
You still have the floor.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Mello.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 2 questions on projects. Are we free and clear from Washington Square as a CRA, or do they have any options left?
Yes, sir. So the agreement that we had with them is, I won't say expired, but they did not fulfill their obligations, so it is over. Okay. If any project did materialize, it would be started over from the beginning.
Okay, so any conversations of them doing future things were under no obligation to
No,
consider?
no obligation, no, sir.
Okay.
Sure. Commissioner Matlow, if you want, I'm going to ask City Attorney Amy Toman to come to the podium, please, and give us an update on Any proposed?
Find a way to the
Trying to find a way up here, Amy.
I'd ask you the same question about Washington Square.
Yes.
And if you'd like to bring us up to speed on what your office is working on.
Yes. Well, first to reiterate Mr. Cox's statement, the CRA has no obligation involving Washington Square at this point. We have been advised, we have made a demand of the owners of Washington Square in an effort to try to move the repairing of the sidewalks. We have been advised recently, like late last week, that there is some intention to restart the project, but we don't know much more than that about the intention. So at this point, the city is prepared in that case also to pursue whatever legal remedies we might be able to have to try to do something with that project. Does that answer your question?
Okay, thank you. That does. Thank you
Yeah,
very much. I mean, as we know, the public right-of-way over there, I think to Commissioner Porter's point earlier, anytime development is blocking sidewalks or parts of our roads, particularly pedestrian access, I think needs to be maintained. The other project I wanted to ask about, do we have an update on Chuck and Charles Place? Because I know that was another project that we funded and seems to, is it moving?
Yes, sir. So it is not moving as fast as I would like. There are some permitting problems. There's some issues with the contractors that she's hired, and that has caused some of the confusion with, did I get the permit in time and all those kinds of things. So it stalled her project a little bit with who she hired. But it's just stalled right now. I think she is in need of some additional funds, and I think she's trying to pursue that right now to be able to get back on track to complete the project.
Okay, and we've expended funds and we've committed funds?
Yes, sir. So she requested, this is about a year and a half ago, almost 2 years ago, for 50% of the funds while she was still in a process of doing the work. And we did approve that, so she received half of the money, about $111,000. The other 50% we still have. She has not completed her obligation. She is not entitled to that. That will be your discretion. If she does complete the project, because it's past the time, you all would have that ability to either award her the other 50% or not.
Okay. Can we get an update just from them on the status of the project, or will they provide us?
Well, we definitely can try. I know that we have at least once a month reached out, and we have not always heard back in a timely fashion. So we can try to compel a presentation or update.
I understand. I guess I don't have a clear understanding of what stalled. Is it just complete lack of money? Has it completely fallen apart? Is it more time? That's the type of information I think.
We can reach out and get a clarification on exactly what is the holdup and be able to bring that back to you all as soon as we hear it.
On point, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did get a call from the owner's mother, and we talked about the issue, and I have had conversations with Assistant City Manager Jumonville, who has communicated with the owner. There were some permitting issues that they were dealing with, and so they have met, and they put her on a track where she can now continue to move forward with finalizing that project. But the intent is to finalize the project, but it was the permitting issues that had slowed them up, and I know the assistant city manager, I think they had a Zoom call, as a matter of fact, even, and they talked with her, and, well, I know they talked with the owner. I almost said their contractor, but I know the owner was on the Zoom call, and they walked her through the next necessary steps in order be able to continue the project.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all, I mean,
Yeah, and if I can add, Mr. Mayor, on point.
Sure.
I also spoke with Assistant City Manager at Gumberville as well, because he's correct, this has been ongoing.
Yeah.
With the contractors and folks and what have you. But they have a substantial personal financial
Yes.
investment in this place. So I believe that she does plan to finish it. It's just trying to get through some of the things that she's already spent a lot of money on, dealing with, unscrupulous contractors.
Sure.
So I'm hoping that, I drive by there every day. And when I see the grass too high, I call them.
Yeah. And it is too high right now. I've been by there.
yeah, thank you. I'm no stranger to permitting and contractor issues. I'm trying to figure out, is it a permitting issue? Is it the wrong contractor
Working
issue?
through
Is it a money,
permit.
get it done? That's what it is. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I only have one item, and that's just, I would be interested in hearing more, whether it's just an email or an item that comes back to us about what Michael Parker was discussing for the future of the CRA and a strategic plan for targeted investments. I'm not really familiar with what he was talking about, and I would just like to learn more so that we can plan ahead.
You need to know, because in 2038, you're gonna probably be the only one. 2038, I'm gonna be in Honolulu somewhere.
And that's it for me, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent. We stand adjourned.
Thank you.